Hey yo, before the stream officially starts, can we bash the bot that came in really quickly? It fucking left an undefined string in the hello. Like holy shit. How bad can you be at making this bot? Holy shit. Sorry, I just wanted to. It's like so bad. I can't believe it. Like undefined. Good job, my dude. It's supposed to be a string. At least it supports Pride. I block hyperlinks? I don't think I do. Oh, cause maybe that's why? No, there's no way. No. I'm gonna delete the message, by the way. Oh, that was so interesting. Hi, everybody! Hello, happy Friday! I'm a little bit bigger than I should be. Let me fix that. Hi again, of course. I am... There we go. I'm appropriately sized. No. No, I'm just tall. Oh, it's this thing. Anyway, hi everybody, it's me, your local head guild master and all that jazz, Alma Hexblade. Happy Friday. Today is another Media Share Friday, of course. So, we're gonna be, going in... Alma? I don't know why I was so tall. Or big beforehand. A little weird. Boop. I wonder if the redeems work, if anyone actually would care to use them today. Big. Okay. Actually, speaking of, I should probably just turn those on right now. Hold on. Receiver. Ah, Twitch token expired. Okay. Connect to Twitch. Then OBS should be, like, working. Okay, there we go. Everything's working now. Media share day, meaning we're gonna be watching some videos and stuff. I should probably, like, actually put audio in because, it's kind of important. Where's the list of all the stuff we want to look at today? There's a bunch of it. Display capture. It's this one. I've been watching great content in the meantime, as you can see. So let's get what's on the docket today. Watching some small Alma content, of course. Alright. Let's get this video uploaded. A non-Euclidean worlds engine from Code Parade. You guys know what a Euclidean world is, right? Or Euclidean / non-Euclidean geometry. Y'all know what that is, right? It means things that aren't flat. Yeah, flat, basically. Oh, wait, no, I meant to put that in system. I need to turn that off. Fuck it. Okay. No, but I'm ready to learn. Well, learning is important. That's why we're here. We're all here to learn new things. I've been working on a rendering
engine for non-Euclidean worlds. It's a little tricky to explain, so I'll just show you some of the things it can do before I go into how it works. First example is this tunnel. You can see it's really long from the outside, but it's actually really short on the inside.
I've seen this video and I love it so much. Like, look at that. How do you do that in a game engine?
And then this tunnel is the opposite. It appears short, but it takes a long time to travel through it. The shortest
it's just math. I mean, yeah. It's just math, but like, it's fucking cool.
Here's
math.
Another example of a house. See if you notice anything suspicious as I walk through it.
It's some really funky, cool math, and apparently it's not as complicated as people would expect it to be.
Did you catch it? This 4-room house actually only has 3 rooms: red, green, and blue. This demo surprised me a lot because I originally thought it would be super jarring, but actually everyone I show this to doesn't notice it at all unless I tell them that something is off. I guess our brains just aren't used to thinking this way. Here's the same house, but with the opposite twist. There's actually 6 rooms in this house. And in fact, I could cram an infinite amount of space into any finite space.
I feel like this is kind of like a portal, like, I think how he programmed it was kind of like a portal thing, but I don't know. It seems like a portal thing, but then I have to figure out, like, the visuals of it, of how he does it.
There's just a pillar on one side and an object on the other. But if we walk around the pillar, we actually end up in another room.
Eat the magical. Thank you for the follow. Enjoy your complimentary cup of coffee and have a good one.
If I walk around again, we enter a third room. And this cycle repeats, clockwise and counterclockwise. And notice how you can see both objects at once. This is a weird one. We're on a hill that sloped up, but to get up the hill,
is this how I request it?
And end up on top.
I can add them. I can add it to like the request queue that we have, but actually it's all in the Discord. Yes, thank you, Brandon.
It's also an example of your grandpa's stories about walking uphill both ways. Maybe he just lived in a non-Euclidean plane of existence.
It's so confusing. I love looking at it though. I just wish I could hear the technical explanation of it.
We've got a tunnel that's too small to pass through. But as I walk through this tunnel, my scale also changes. Still not small enough to get through.
I really wonder about
go around one more time.
This example particularly. I don't remember how he does it though.
I can finally fit through.
Like it's some kind of
around too to keep getting bigger, but eventually I won't be able to fit into the tunnel anymore.
I think it's a teleporting and rendering
trick.
How
does all this work?
Right? Hold on.
Well, it's basically the same as the game Portal, but the portals have no seams, and there's often more than two of them. There's several surfaces that are actually solid geometry. It's just that I draw a texture on top of it that's actually a virtual camera rendering what it would have seen from that perspective.
Oh.
And when you walk through it, it teleports you seamlessly to where you're supposed to end up, and the illusion is complete. The rendering is a lot harder than it sounds though. Each surface has to recursively render surfaces behind it conditionally, depending on if it's occluded or not, from each perspective. I originally was trying to do this in Unity, but I'm pretty sure it's impossible without lower level access to the rendering. Even the scriptable pipeline didn't work for me. So I was forced to create my own rendering engine in OpenGL. Why do I keep writing engines? Anyway, the last thing I wanted to talk about are the use cases. Other than just
he made a game for this, right?
Incredibly useful for virtual reality. You see, normally for room scale VR, you're limited to a small area to walk around in. You can't really explore larger open worlds without breaking the illusion, like teleporting. But this engine can compress entire levels to fit into a single room.
I think it's just the engine.
A single 20-foot by 20-foot room that you can walk around in and explore.
It's just the recursive rendering just sounds very hard, and I can understand why it's like super hard.
I'm entirely convinced that this illusion feels just as real as playing from a screen. I've uploaded the source and executable to GitHub, so if you're curious, you can try out this demo. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time.
It's scary, man. I'm not scary, it's really interesting. I just want, like, I know he made a game for it, and that's like in one of the later videos, but, man, I wish there was like something, like a neat use for it. I can see how there could be use for it, though. But it's nice seeing something that's I mean, it's nice to have an experience of something that's non-standard, or like not just normal, in a video game or games. This video is from Allie next, and I don't know why she sent it. I feel like I've seen it before though, and it's just talking about a block of cheese. Man, I hope she's happy about it.
Parmigiano Reggiano is an Italian PDO cheese. It comes from the municipalities of Parma, Reggio Emilia, Modena, Mantua to the right of the Po River. and Bologna to the left of the
I
Reno
really
River.
can't believe we're just kind of watching
It
a
has
video
been
about
produced
cheese.
for 900 years using artisanal and natural methods without additives or preservatives.
I don't
with raw
mind.
milk
I
and
like
long
Parmesan
aging.
cheese.
From the farmer to the stock breeder, and from the dairyman to the cheese tester, those who make Parmigiano Reggiano invest care, enthusiasm,
Although,
and commitment.
I feel
Now,
like
it's your
the
turn. By opening and portioning
the
cheese
narration
wheel correctly, you will enhance the value of this premium product.
is
This the only
very
way to be sure you offer your customers a complete sensory
fake
experience
sounding.
that makes them aware of its value. We have created this tutorial to make you a real Parmigiano Reggiano expert. Discover how to handle it, present it, and communicate its value in the best way possible.
So this is something that you can definitely put on a resume after you watch this video. So after you watch this video, just make sure to put it down on your resume that you know how to, sounds very business focused. I mean, for all we know, this could just be like a training video. I mean, if it is, that means, yeah, narrator sounds like he belongs more in a Home Depot commercial. Yeah, like, again, if you, once we're done watching this video, you can put down on your resumes for future jobs that you know how to handle Parmigiano Reggiano.
Ready? Let's begin.
Which I think is a very good thing to have in a resume. It's not something that people tell you about.
Look at the cheese wheel. Check to see if there are cuts or deep cracks, and examine the condition of the rind.
I
Clean
mean,
it with a
I
cloth
look
to
at the
get rid
cheese
of any
wheel.
grease or dust. Find the distinctive marks. There is the certification mark, the month, and the year of aging. This number, with 3 or 4 digits, identifies
Batch
the dairy
number?
where
Right.
it was produced. You can find out what dairy it comes from in a few seconds on the Parmigiano Reggiano Consortium's website.
Oh my
On the
gosh.
bottom, you'll find this casein tag, a unique tracking code for every wheel. Also make sure there is an EC inspection stamp on the lower side of the cheese wheel.
If not,
Make
the
sure
cheese
you're
is
familiar
illegal.
with your national health and safety regulations.
If not, the cheese is in fact illegal.
Make sure that the cheese wheel is at room temperature and has been left outside the cold room for at least 24 hours. Place the wheel at the height and angle that allows you to apply adequate pressure. Do you see traces of grease? Dry them so it will be
Hey, I don't know about you guys, but when I saw this screen, hold on. When I saw like this screenshot, where is it? It was on the left. Oh no, I'm controlling the audio. That's
Easier
not
to
what I
handle.
wanted. When I saw this screenshot, I imagined that this was like a fucking math problem. Like, do you know those dumb fucking math problems where they're like, it was like a really, really weird science problem with a really weird condition, like this guy has like 1 pound of cheese and it's at H distance away from the ground. When he drops it, it releases an energy of like X number of like newtons of force. How high did he drop it from or something? I made up a cheese question.
Do you see traces of grease? Dry them so it will be easier to handle. And now get your knives ready. 1 hooked knife, 2 Parmesan cheese knives, 1 knife with a serrated tip knife, and 1 cheese spatula.
I'm pretty sure one of those knives was just a fucking... This one. I'm pretty sure this one's just a spade that you'd use for digging. Not sure why that's here, but... You know, whatever.
Parmesan cheese knives, 1 knife with a serrated tip knife, and 1 cheese spatula. By cutting a whole Parmigiano Reggiano cheese wheel, you exalt the grainy texture of the cheese, a characteristic of its long aging.
Oh,
And now decide how to open the wheel.
there was a crumb in the
Two
middle, you
ways.
broke it.
Vertically, more practical, ideal at the store. Laterally, the more showy lateral cut is
If you
ideal
want
for
to be
buffet,
a fucking
trade
weirdo...
fairs, or whenever you're in front of an audience.
Yeah, if you want to be a fucking weirdo, cut the entire cheese wheel horizontally. Cheese spatula... I mean, isn't that just a spatula? Like, what's the difference?
To perform a vertical
They're
cut,
all just knives,
place the
right?
wheel in
Like,
a
what's the
horizontal position
difference?
and trace a midline with a Parmesan cheese knife, dividing the flat part into 2 semicircles.
Cut it in half, dude. You don't need to be
Divide it
so
in half where the
complicated.
stamp is, because the part without dots is behind it. This way, you limit the risk of having a slice without dots. Using the hook knife,
Huh?
cut into the rind along the guideline and keep going down the side of
Have
the
you ever
wheel
heard of a cheese
called its
hammer?
scalzo.
No.
Now turn the wheel
Why would you
over
use a
and
hammer
repeat
for
the process
cheese?
to finish cutting the rind.
I just realized, what
The
is
best
a
way to turn
rind
the wheel is to
made out
stand it
of?
up, turn it round, and put it back down. Sink the knife with a serrated tip into the center of the flat part. It has to be perfectly straight. Then sink the Parmesan cheese knife into the edge, where the flat part meets the side.
What the fuck?
Make sure you get the right angle. Turn the wheel again, and insert the second Parmesan cheese knife.
Oh, okay.
Wait a few seconds. Take the 3 knives out and turn the wheel over.
Imagine a bag of
Repeat the
shredded
process on the other
mozzarella.
flat side.
What?
Wait for a vertical crack to form.
Oh, okay.
And now, the wheel can be broken open into 2 halves. To continue
Oh.
cutting, take a half.
I've never heard of a
and cut it
cheese
with a hook
hammer.
knife from the center,
That's
all the
so...
way to the side.
I don't want to say interesting because I don't even
Turn the
fucking
wheel
know.
upside down and repeat the same procedure to complete marking the rind.
Why are we watching
Insert the
this?
knife with a serrated tip, and a fracture line will form. Now put a Parmesan cheese knife into the edge where the flat part and the side meet.
Yeah, so what the hell kind of
Turn
interesting.
the half wheel around and repeat this step.
Well, in this view, this kind of looks like the cheese is like... It looks like a piece of stone right now, and this guy is being a master artist at carving into the stone. And then I remember it is
Now
a
it
big
will split
fucking
into 2
wheel of
quarters.
Parmesan cheese, and I need to stop thinking so hard.
Now portion the wheel into 2/8. Choose the most stable side of the quarter and work on that. Mark the rind. Insert the serrated knife, and then the Parmesan cheese knife. Turn the wheel over and separate the 2 halves with a serrated knife on the cheese side.
What happens if I use a...
Careful not to damage the top part.
What if I use a
Now you have
mozzarella
2/8
knife on the
of
Parmesan?
Reggiano.
On the Parmesan, what happens if I do that?
Place the wheel in a vertical position.
Oh, here's
If you're not an
the
expert,
bullshit
get
way.
someone to help you to keep it stable.
Here's
Mark the
if you
rind
want
with
to
a
be a
knife.
weirdo.
All you have to do is follow the
This
line of the
particular
central
one
dot
is if
between
you
the
want to be a
words
super big
Parmigiano
weirdo.
and Reggiano. Sink the serrated cheese knife deep down in it. Repeat the operation rotating the wheel and alternating the Parmesan cheese knife with a serrated knife. The knife blade must always penetrate the cheese
You go to
perpendicularly
jail for
to the
cheese
rind.
crimes. Exactly, yeah. No, this is 100% cheese crimes.
Once you've got all the way around, if the 2 halves haven't loosened up, repeat the procedure.
Dairy person.
Now, use the spatula. The
Hey.
2 halves of the wheel come apart. Do you want to put on a show? Lay the wheel flat on its base and lift off the top half like the lid of a treasure chest.
And what's inside?
Place the
Nothing
half
but
wheel
cheese.
With the flat part facing up.
Just
Trace a
Parmesan.
midline on the flat part with a hooked knife. And continue cutting down the side.
Literally,
Now wedge
why?
the spatula into the center and insert the Parmesan cheese knife into the crust. Raise it and lower it. Make sure you cut a decent notch into the side when you get there. Turn the wheel around
But Alma.
and repeat the operation.
But what? Cheese is treasure. Okay. Look, the real treasure is the friends we made along the way. I don't
Turn
think
the
it's some
wheel
kind of
upside down.
fake... I don't think it's a aged dairy product
Insert
made
the
from
spatula
cows.
into the center of the exposed cheese. Turn the half wheel around and continue
Like,
in the same
I
way.
enjoy cheese on food, but
You'll
this
see
is
that a
ridiculous,
fracture
isn't
line
it?
will form. Separate the half wheel, and you now have 2 quarters of Parmigiano Reggiano.
I think what I'm still trying to figure out,
Arrange the
though,
quarter with the rind
is
facing
what
up.
part of this is serving size?
Cut from the center of the fracture line of the flat part.
So when
moving
can I
outwards,
just eat it? By
and then on the
myself?
side.
How do I get a personal
With a
cut?
Parmesan cheese knife, repeat the operation to divide the 2 quarters. Turn the quarter around and separate the cheese using the 2 knives.
Again,
First with
what's
a
with this?
spatula,
What's with the
and then with a
science
Parmesan
math
cheese
stuff? What's with the? I get the symbols, but why are they there? All of it is serving size, obviously. True.
Now you have
True.
2/8 of Parmigiano Reggiano.
It depends on your stomach and lactose. It's proper portioning. Hey, it's the size that we were actually
Put the
talking
eighth of the
about.
wheel with the cheese facing down. Take the Parmesan cheese knife and trace a line to divide the eighth in half.
The more I'm looking at
Put
it, the more
point
I'm
of the
thinking
Parmesan
like
cheese knife in and push it down.
it's starting to look
Continue
like
with
different
this up and down
things.
movement.
Like
Slice down with a
it used to
sharp
look like a
movement
cheese
when you get
wheel,
to the
and now
side
it
line.
looked like a stone, and now this looks like a frozen cheesecake.
Now, with the internal cheese facing upwards,
The internal
repeat the
cheese.
cut, alternating between the spatula and the Parmesan knife.
It looks like a frozen giant piece of cheesecake. And I would really want the
Put the
cheesecake
point of the
instead of
Parmesan cheese knife
just
in
eating a
and make
shit
sure that
ton
the
of
blade
this.
Splits the rind.
But I
Repeat
don't
the
know.
operation along the entire line. Turn the eighth over.
Split it in half. Split it in
Trace the
half.
midline
Come on.
with a spatula.
I wonder how hard this is, speaking
Use the
of.
Parmesan cheese knife to separate the cheese.
Like, how soft
Repeat
is
this
the cheese on the
operation for the
inside?
rest of the triangles. If you want to cut smaller portions, use sideways cuts to guarantee a proper cheese rind ratio.
Cheese rind
Or remove the
ratio.
rind from the flat part and then make the horizontal cuts. Remember, precise portioning reduces waste.
Okay. Perfect wrapping.
To ensure maximum quality,
Parm is...
Parmigiano
Yeah, no,
Reggiano
Parm's a
cheese
harder
should be cut
cheese.
and graded as and when requested
Yeah.
by the customer. For the sake of practicality, you can pre-package the cheese 1 or 2 days beforehand. However, the cutting and grading must be done at the place of sale. Pre-packaging can be done in 2 ways: with clear food wrap, with cheese wrap wax paper after cutting. It is good practice to round off any sharp edges to avoid damaging transparent food wrap used for packaging. Cheeses with
Doing this isn't an
Parmigiano
actor?
Reggiano PDO status.
No, yeah, I know,
Packaged in the area of origin before market release.
He's
must
not
bear
an
the collective
actor.
mark bearing the
He's just a
words
guy who
Parmigiano
had to work
Reggiano,
on
wedge,
this.
and wheel.
We need to get someone
If
who's the
product is
most,
prepackaged at the point of sale, this mark cannot be used.
we need
If
to...
you are in Europe, you can use the denomination Parmigiano Reggiano cheese and the ingredients milk, salt, rennet. For non-EU countries, follow the current labeling regulations or contact the consortium.
Okay. Means of
You can
preservation.
preserve the entire wheel for many months in conditions similar to those of the aging storeroom and clean the rind from time to time. Temperature up to 61 to 64 degrees Fahrenheit, low lighting, high level of relative humidity. Vacuum-packed products can be preserved at fridge temperatures for up to 6 months. Fresh products that have been portioned
Wait,
or
really?
removed from a vacuum pack.
Parm is
Can be kept
apparently
in the
only
fridge
made
for
in
several
certain parts of it.
days
Is
in
it the
airtight
same
container.
thing like the champagne
Transparent
thing?
food bag.
Where champagne
Or
is
wrap
only
in
champagne if it's
transparent
made
food
in a certain part of France? Because otherwise it's like
If you
sparkling
see a
wine
thin
or
layer of
something.
fat or mold, don't worry. You can return the cheese to its optimum state by removing it and cleaning the surface.
Optimum state of cheese. It's a regional
When you
trademark.
display pieces of
Okay.
Parmigiano Reggiano,
I mean, I'll take
always
it,
show
whatever.
the identification data of the product found on the rind. Month, year, and serial number. If you stock cheeses of different ages, make a sign or chalkboard where you explain their different characteristics. You will find lots of useful information and tips on the consortium's website.
All of these mean nothing.
Communication with a customer is fundamental when presenting Parmigiano Reggiano.
You know the really dumb part?
You can add value to your point of sale with special display material. For further information about communication materials, visit the consortium's website.
Would you like to...
Always guide clients.
Would
in
you
their
like to
choice
buy
by
the
asking
fake
them to tell you
cheese?
their intended final use. A cheese aged 15 to 18 months is ideal, thinly sliced in salads.
Oh.
A cheese aged 24 months is perfect to grate on pasta. Have
Okay.
undecided customers try a shaving of cheese and offer them a brief description of its sensory and nutritional characteristics.
I would eat that
Do you
entire
know how to make
fucking thing.
shavings of Parmigiano Reggiano? Insert the Parmesan cheese knife a few centimeters into the cheese and then turn it.
I would eat
Look,
that
the
entire
shaving
fucking thing
forms on its own.
instantly.
Remember to always inform your clients of the unique nutritional properties of Parmigiano Reggiano, of its high level of digestibility and its high calcium content.
Grab
Enhancing the
handful,
value
munch,
of Parmigiano
enjoy.
Reggiano will also enhance the value of your store.
Oh, so this is a training video. Or informational training video. So, like, here's the weird thing. I live in an area that has a very large Italian population. So, we have stores that have that shit. Like, actual huge-ass cheese wheels. And, you know, sliced, and we can get stuff that's, like, sliced and purchasable. So, like, this really just makes me want to go down to one of those markets, get a wedge of Parmesan, and then just eat it. Just whole, just eat it. I know it's probably a bad, the word is I'm thinking about is bad, like, influence to do, but, I really want to do it now. It's like the same idea of eating, like, cream cheese from like, a bag. Cream cheese from a bag, no. Cream cheese from, like, the container. It'll probably be really strong, well, yeah, it's Parmesan cheese. Here's another one. Oh, Jill posted this one. It's from Adam Savage.
Hey everybody, Adam and Norm from Tested here with a really fun build. I have been hearing
Cream cheese from bag. Shut the fuck up. I said it by mistake. I said it by mistake.
No glues.
That's right. The snap fit, people have been asking for it, and boy, do we have one for you to jump into.
Yeah, in conjunction with Gundam Online Expo 2021, Bandai has.
I know, but I'm just imagining. Yeah, I know.
This Gundam
Also, Adam Savage
Hexblade
builds a
88
fucking
two.
perfect grade Gundam.
I'm like looking at the internal parts of this build.
Look at that
and
thing.
I cannot believe how many stages it goes through.
Like, we consider, you know, high grade, real grade, master grade, but this is
Perfect grade.
Unleashed. I've heard so much about how elegant
I've.
build is.
Wait a minute.
and
What the hell's
of
the.
course,
What's
they're known
Unleashed?
for all
Is that a new thing that Bandai did?
Internal structures. I think we can get it done in
If so, I might need to buy one and build it.
We're gonna need some help. So we're bringing in Sean Charlesworth and Kate Sabaker. Come on in, guys. Yes, regular Tested viewers know these two.
Imagine-
with this quartet, I think we can get this done in a day. Funnily
This
enough, I
needs
had a friend
so many
last night
people.
we walked through and he saw
Oh,
this
is there
and he goes,
captions?
Oh my god, I love building these with my son. We love these models. We can't believe how beautiful the mechanics are. And then they get hidden underneath the beautiful fascia.
Well, you can take the armor off. It's articulating, lots to show, but we'll be showing each step of the way, the big milestones of the build. You want to pop open the box and take a quick look?
Unbox it, unbox it, unbox it. Come on! Show the fucking plastic. Let's go.
Just these sprue trees are like gigantic.
Oh, that instructional book is so big.
You can already tell lots of different finishes.
Like, it's not just a piece of paper, it's just like.
Like we said,
Oh
all of
god, the
they're
chrome.
rare
Oh.
papers, it's
Yo,
all Sean, Kate, and I
chrome.
have had a bunch of experience putting these together. and
Yo,
we couldn't be more
it's
excited
pretty.
to get your impressions as you get to assemble this.
Dude, I am so psyched. All right, let's get into it.
Is this the first time he's built a Gundam or something? I wonder. I feel like he has to know, right? Maybe it's just something that he just hasn't, like... I don't know. I'm glad he's enthused about it, though. This is his first time building a Gundam. No way! And he's building a fucking perfect grade kit. I mean, Sasuga, but, you know.
Okay, here come the eyes. I have to say, you know, like every build, every model
It's
build is like
just the head.
a little bit of a solitary exercise in wrapping your head around the instructions and the philosophy of the instructions. And while these parts are surpassingly complicated, and it's often feels a little like difficult to get your bearings, once you have your bearings, these instructions are surpassingly clear.
There's this nice, satisfying spatial thing that happens once you reorient the physical object to the render. And look, even in this little subhead, you're talking about different translucencies. There's gray, clear red.
Oh my
That
god.
looks so cool. Also, the neck joint right there, because feel this, right? There's even softer geometers for where you
Oh,
would
that's
have...
what the neck joint is. It's gonna.
Oh, it's
so it'll
the
be able
yeah,
to
the
be posable
PC.
but stiff. Oh my god.
Yeah.
This is lovely. This is clearly made by people who love making things for the process that we're describing that is satisfying. This is built to enjoy.
I'm not
that
sure
process.
whether I like
Awesome.
more
It says right in the
Legos or
instructions, at this
Gunpla
point,
in terms
when
of
your head is
building.
done,
I think Gunpla.
This runner sheet is all clear, and so it's your first cleared runner sheet.
I love it. I love it. And it looks like, wow. So I just want to point something out here.
I like how he's marveling
a
at
process
the
called
plastic.
co-molding, in which these different colors are shot into the same tool. And this means that the tool's been designed to take the dark gray, and then they actually open another port and allow in the yellow. They open a port, allow in the clear yellow. This isn't paint. These are actually separate pellets of ABS or styrene injection.
This video is giving me flashback to the gunship I built.
Tool. That's
I'm worried I'm too smooth right for gun. What? Don't worry.
And real metal parts, too.
Gunpla is not.
And then
It's not complicated. It's not too complicated. It's like building Legos.
I can't stop doing this.
If you could, it's like if you can build Legos, you can build a Gunpla. If you can follow basic instructions, you can build a Gunpla. Actually, I was thinking of doing one for our I was thinking of doing one for our subathon, actually. With a little bit of a twist. Details will be forthcoming, of course. Oh god, the stickers. Yeah, it's just it's some of the kits are most of the like high grade kits are very simple. As long as they don't gotta use glue my 40K figures. No, you don't. All these pieces are snap-on. The only thing you would need to use glue on for Gunpla is to remove the seams in between parts. Stickers suck though. Because they're always really nicely detailed stickers and they just suck. They're tiny. I've built a lot of Gunpla. Stickers suck dick
up to the
though.
legs right now.
Leggy.
The leg frame assembly. I think you're gonna like this piece.
Leggy.
You said there's something special about
Well,
this.
I was
and I'm
working on
like,
it. So
I
you're
can't
working
really
on the one
spot
leg.
it.
I was working on the other one, and I cut mine out. I was like, what?
Okay. Well, there's.
Yeah.
Oh, is he amazed about the part that this is just one piece? Please, please,
Wait,
please, please,
yeah.
please. Yeah. Yeah.
I had the same reaction, and I've built quite a few of these.
It's
and I've
molded in
never seen this,
place.
up to this point, so I was blown away.
What the? Oh my god! This is crazy.
Maybe you can tell us how they
Here's
did
what
it,
is
'cause I don't
here's
know.
what is so earlier I talked about the yellow sprue having multiple colors on it, and then each of those was a separate shot in a tool being two pieces of hardened steel that they put plastic under high pressure to make models like this. That's called co-molding. This seems to be co-molded mechanically, i.e., this part was put in. Right, come here, see this.
Yeah.
This part was molded in one shot, and then this part was molded in a second shot.
Oh.
They're.
It's encased.
It's
don't
so
understand.
good, right?
I don't know how they did it.
This is basically like they're able to injection mold a mechanical part without having to put it together after they've injection molded. They do it while they're doing it. I mean, I guess they could be doing it with two different temperature set flat thermosets. So you do your first one at a high temperature thermoset, and then you shoot your second one at a lower temperature thermoset that didn't melt the first one with some mold release in there.
Maybe for our follow-up, they can give us a tour of the factory.
I am quite positive.
I want
the
a tour.
comments Will be the explanation.
I want to
But this
live
is
in an area where I can
blowing
get
my
a
mind.
factory Gunpla tour. Probably where they're expensive. Oh yeah, no. They are expensive for the one. First off, they're expensive for the R&D that they use.
I know.
Yeah, perfect grades are like expensive as shit.
Oh my God.
This kit is like probably maybe $150, probably more.
Okay, so the shot goes under here.
Um,
Right. So then
But the money in it is all for like R&D to make better parts and stuff like that.
here.
High grades are reasonable enough for I'm just gonna
Oh,
try
I
it.
see.
The high grades are usually like what,
Another-
$20 or
Yeah.
something along those lines. It's like very cheap. Like I could do this over the weekend
There.
for funsies, and you make it like a tiny little model.
There's a thing to note about injection molded model parts is that whenever you have something that is like a nice tight fit, we're not talking about an accuracy of plus or minus a thou or half a thou. We're talking in the 10,000ths of the multi-micron range in terms of precision.
Yeah, in all my years of model building, I've never had kits like.
Now you're making me kind of curious. Maybe I should make like a intro to gunpla building guide or something. I don't know.
My hands feel
I have a
big
lot
and
of video
dumb,
ideas. I just never actually execute them.
right?
But I mean, who
They're
doesn't
so
have a bajillion
detailed.
plans and not actually answer and not actually
There-
do
there
them?
are
You know,
some very tiny parts.
That
love them tiny parts.
and that.
Oh well, I like the
Bottom
tiny
one up
parts, but I
here
hate
goes
them.
through
I
there.
really hate them when they just fall into the ground and they disappear forever.
There. Yup.
Like they're just
Yep.
gone. Hate it.
I mean, each time you're like in the zone, you can see when you've got it right. Like it's super clear. Okay, that's that step now. Like
There.
these ones, this
And
is
there.
a really efficient system.
I think Norm brought this up already too, but the fact that they indicate to you when your sprue is done is the
That's
best.
really nice.
I can't. There's been so many times where there's that little tiny piece that you totally miss. You're like, oh, I'm done with this.
Like every stage of it is beautiful. Oh my
It's
god!
like you didn't
look
have
at
to
this.
do that, but we
Look at
respect
this
that you did.
secondary motion. Oh my god! Look at this. I spent my whole life. I'm never gonna make anything this precise or pretty.
I love how I love the
These
secondary motion on like
facets are
joint
just
parts
So sweet.
or on the joints and knees and stuff.
I cannot
Man.
believe the beautiful resistance of these as they move. I don't know about this co-molding thing. It's blowing my mind.
I
Not that I'm advocating for it, but with some dry brush and a little bit of extra effort,
Yeah, I love just to
you
do
could
the
shoot these things for scale.
Yeah,
and
I
you'd
would just
never
love to do like the.
I really like
skeleton.
I appreciate his
And
enthusiasm for all this,
It's
honestly.
got all of this extra functionality.
Right.
Look at that. I mean, and the amount of resistance is like this will be able to hold up pounds.
Oh yeah,
Of, yeah.
and it's just all snap fit. And then this is the particular thing that I liked was the this articulation of the heel. Look at that.
He looks so
And then,
he's so
we got the pistons.
I
he's
didn't know
so
what worlds
adorable.
Awaited me here.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
That is
All right,
incredible.
so
I kind of want to build this kit, honestly.
It actually makes the complexity more visible, which is a lovely choice to make.
and we have these
There's two
lovely
little-
matte
oh.
finish, these kind of satin finish.
See this,
parts.
like-
yeah.
Don't you want to be making spaceships out of this right away?
So these are stick-on photo etch parts.
Whoa.
Yep.
Okay.
So no
Oh,
cutting them out or
fuck
bending
me.
them or anything. So I think that's on. Yeah, there.
Yep.
There's.
They
one
come
each
with
side.
photo
Let's see the
etch?
second one here.
Oh god, kill me.
Yeah, yeah.
I would never. Oh, photo etch is so damn hard.
We have finished another sprue.
Yeah.
I don't use
Those are some healthy looking calves on this guy.
Oh
I've
my
already got
God,
one.
handsome.
Nice day. Mm. Yeah.
Dude.
Pretty cool. Look at. I mean, you could get some crazy poses with this. The way the knees
Yeah.
articulate, and the fact that everything will move in. It's. I mean, yeah, epic.
That's absolutely beautiful. I'm really blown away. All right. Next
Oh
step.
man. We're not even like. Oh, yep, they did they did the torso and they're doing next the cockpit? Yeah. Oh wait, it's a core fighter. So there's like the core and all the extra. Oh my god, look at those pieces. Ah man. So pretty. But yeah, if you guys haven't like built cockpit? Yeah. The cockpit I had no idea people piloted Gundams. No, yeah, no, they're pilot operated mechas. They're not just like robots. They're just very humanoid shaped robots. Piloted by peoples. Yeah, people, yeah,
This is going really, really
pilots,
well.
and you know,
at this
that
point,
it's
we've
the cool
got,
part.
Waist down with the
See.
legs, amazing. We have actually all the
Ah,
Yeah, the whole.
look how good it is.
Together.
This is awesome. Arm, torso, backpack.
Oh, look at
everything
that
on these metal parts, which
torso.
are so pretty. I'm real. Oh, right. I've got some left to do here on the left arm.
Yeah.
I want to see it put together without.
Wait a second. Oh, wow. The whole thing goes in upside down. Oh, fascinating. Okay. Now I see. Okay, so then there's something that goes on top of that and makes it look pretty. Oh,
The-
these are very satisfying parts to put on.
Aren't they?
The photo etch though scares me.
Cool, because it's sort of like the little bits of icing you get to do.
Right, right. Yeah, it really is like icing. Okay. And then we got that right. We got all those. And now it's time for these.
I think
guys, 14 and
that's
Yeah, for the S4.
that's an arm. I think he's building an
15.
arm.
11 is on the left. Goes like this.
Oh man, I wish the focus on the cameras. Oh no, that's
Okay.
the head. I'm silly.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
Look at that. I love the mohawk.
The mohawk here. Let's Oh yeah. All your base are belong to us. Okay, it's time to assemble. Torso. That's the front, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so this goes like this.
Yeah.
The slots on.
Wow.
That looks like
Um,
Bellissimo.
wow, these things slide. There's all this stuff that slides
So many
later.
moving pieces.
Okay, so here you want.
Ah, this is so pretty.
It's a very manageable size too.
Yeah.
It's not overly large or too small, although my hands do feel like I am a giant.
Oh, look at it move.
I know. Look at that neck.
This one's so satisfying because it literally looks like a wall plug. You know, you can't get any
Yeah,
more
right.
literal than that.
Oh, dude.
Oh, it's so
It's like
handsome.
really clear, like just like one of those, just like a super high-end action figure. How much expressive, actual
Yeah.
posing you can get out of this.
So many action shots.
Yeah, I mean,
Mm.
it's really beautiful. I can't believe we're going to continue to cover all this stuff up to make the rest of it. It's like I'd be happy to stop here and put this on my shelf.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, you've mentioned before too that when you do a build, you kind of like to sit with it for a while and put it somewhere where you can look at it. So
Totally.
something cool about a project like this is that you can pause at any given stage
You're totally right.
and live with it for a little while until you're ready to move on.
The level of detail is just so. I mean, just having looked
Now
at
imagine, like,
thousands of
painting it.
models over life,
And now imagine painting it,
so
adding
many
detail,
Lovely castings in here. So many lovely shapes to play
Yeah.
with.
adding more detail than what Bandai even provides you with.
Maybe
You know.
Paradise. Hey guys, before
Look at
we
them
continue
tiny
with
little
this build, I
greebles.
wanted to let you know that this collaboration was made possible by Bandai Spirits and Gundam Online Expo 2021, a festival for North American Gundam fans. Gundam Online Expo 2021 is being held from August 26th to September 6th. There will be many special edition items as well as special events happening throughout the event.
You know what I'm.
Example, there's gonna be
I
over
still have stuff
100
from
Gundam
2020.
base exclusives and other convention exclusives and special
Yeah.
content to celebrate and showcase the over 40 years.
I need to build. I need to buy some. I didn't realize. I need to buy some of these kits.
Are going to be in attendance and showing off their world-class techniques and their processes. So we can
And-
get better. That's the content. that we're
Yeah.
gonna be following.
Like, oh my
All the links
god.
you need are in the comments below, so check
I
it
need
out.
to check and what stuff I can like buy, because I have a massive Gunpla honestly behind my desk, and I have not finished it. And I'm like, I want to buy more of them, but I haven't finished. Like, I literally didn't finish the piece that I bought specifically for lockdown. I haven't opened it. I haven't even opened the sealed plastic cover for it. Maybe I should just do more Gunpla streams in the future. This is final touches. Putting on the armor plating. Oh, look at the color on those thrusters at the back. That's nice. The heel that you put on.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's like they had meetings and we're like, yeah, we've got 3 layers, but can we add 4 more? This is crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh, I can really see why some friends of mine are totally into this. I mean, there's so much narrative going on. There is so much.
Ah, look how good that can bend. Yeah.
Precision. I can't even conceive.
It's like 2 stages
like
of bending, and then there's like a
this.
There's like a piston
Also,
there.
really appreciate their use of like 2 different reds, like not quite the same red. Those are the little things I talk about with weathering that just like make everything pop. Some good-looking calves on this guy.
Man looks buff. And he hasn't even gotten to the point where they even talk about like weathering these things or like, you know, adding more detail. This is just building the base kit by itself.
I'd like metal grates underneath my pec vents. I can't believe I'm covering over all this pretty stuff. But then, right, it's all about the journey, isn't it? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Oh, my God.
Oh, that's such an... The head's huge.
Amazing. Oh, I can't believe... Look at that. Look at the action and the pistons on the neck.
Oh, that neck movement. Oh, it's nice.
Oh, satisfying clicks all around. Same. I mean, there is a certain type of like real posability that like as you bring the machine in, you can just feel it like wanting to settle. Look at that. That's freaking crazy. What do you, oh, you did something wrong.
Battle damage.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the shoulders. Like, if when you like move your hand like forward, the shoulder moves with it.
What is that?
That's a metal peg.
It's so good.
Magnet attachments go to accessories.
I would like such a thing in my own arm. Oh, yeah. Okay.
And I really like the shoulder movement of some of these because you like it swings your shoulder forward, or the Gunpla swings its shoulder forward, so it has a bigger range, and that's like awesome. And it makes them like twisting poses much better.
Dude, amazing. Here, let's get a full range of motion. Look at that.
And it just stays.
This would have occupied at least like a solid year of my mental energy, not to build this, to like continue to play with it. When I was like 8 years old, I would have just been like all about every single panel on this.
Spend half an hour posing it,
Totally.
like in the perfect pose.
He is beautiful.
Whew, Adam, you finished your first perfect grade.
It's not even the accessories yet.
I'm really
Like he doesn't have like a saber
having built,
or
you know, thousands of
a gun.
models.
Even though I'm sure that they're like not
Snap fit is
great.
always
I'm sure they're just kind of
a
dinky.
harbinger of
But damn, that model is so good.
At best. And this is totally the opposite of that. These castings are absolutely beautiful. Everything is really crisp. It's a Greebly paradise. But in addition to all of that, once together, it has a posability and a playability that I find really amazing.
The aesthetics of the inlays. We're talking about multiple grays.
Right.
Because they can. Multiple reds next to each other, the gray on the inside popping out. Even on the arm, the thing that brushed aluminum
Yeah.
of that frame. When
Yeah.
we got to that phase 3,
Mm.
that's probably how I would want to display it. But even then, you can see it kind of poking out, peeking out.
And
here
that
and there.
layering, it seems clear to me at least that it is done to make the build pleasurable for the maker.
Yeah.
So it's funny because model kits so often feel
Watching
like
model kit
a
videos is so
challenge to work
relaxing,
against
honestly.
the specifics of the genre in order to get something that looks amazing. This is taking a totally different approach. It's not like taking
Hey,
a
Ali,
pirate
how's it
ship and turning it into a
going?
pirate ship. It's
Thanks for
like,
thanks for
I've
helping
gone
out.
every step of the
You
way with each
missed
plan
out
you
on us
apply,
watching the
because
Parmesan
each
video.
step is beautiful, and there's all these layers.
And
it's been prioritized for the pleasure of
it
building.
was very
Okay,
Parmesan.
remember which part of that process
It was
is
weird. Why do you keep
present
showing me
to you. Is it
weird
about
videos, Ali?
mechanics? Is it about posing? Is it painting? Right, that we haven't even dipped our toes into a whole world.
Painting.
Of
Oh my
aesthetics.
gosh, there's a whole Gundam painting thing?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Right. I mean, the very
I'm
consciousness
sleepy and
of
my
how
body's
many
hurting from all over. I mean,
subtleties between the
same.
grays here
But that's like a
already
Friday
speaks to
for me.
a
I'm
deep
always in pain.
understanding of bringing
Ah.
out detail, bringing out scale, but also giving so much pleasure no matter at what range you're looking at it.
What a way to dip in. This is
Dude.
incredible. I want to thank.
Oh, they added the water slides afterwards.
Expo 2021.
Oh, the water slide decals. Oh.
So you can check it out.
Oh, all the
And
colors.
see some Gundam in our future.
Oh my
Welcome to see
god.
it.
This was amazing.
Ah. God. Anyway. Enough of me orgasming about a gunpla. We're doing other things. How long is this video? I might go in like a different order. Oh wait, I forgot to mention I should probably mark these as watched. Give me a second. Boop. Boop. And boop. Okay, next one is going to be from Jeff Gearling, and it's a Raspberry Pi email notification bell.
Welcome to the
Ding.
Internet of Dings. This is an internet-connected bell powered by a Raspberry Pi and some Python that triggers a ding every time
Bing.
it gets an email notification that somebody donated money to a local nonprofit radio station. But this bell isn't just for donations. You could trigger the bell for almost anything. Want to know when someone ats you on social media?
Bing.
Want to annoy your significant other with a fire bell alarm clock? And if there's something you don't like?
Oh man.
Something that you don't like?
How about when someone subscribes and hits the notification bell? But why did I make this? Well, let's head over to the workshop and I'll tell you everything about it. How I built mine, how you can build one, and the story behind it.
I love Jeff Gearling's
Last year,
videos
I
too.
helped a local nonprofit radio station with their radiothon to help them raise money to stay in operation. When someone called in to make a donation, you could hear the phone ring in the background. But when someone made an online donation, nothing. And as a citizen of the digital age, I couldn't have that. I actively avoid talking on the phone, and I'm sure there are dozens of us who'd rather donate online.
Yes.
And I'm a sucker for gimmicks like a phone ringing when someone calls to make a donation, so I thought I'd try to design a bell to go off for online donations. I asked if there was any kind of trigger when online donations were made, some way I could react to it in software. And yes, they said, there was an email sent for each donation. So I built Ye Old Bell Slapper, my first attempt at a Raspberry Pi donation notification bell. The thing runs great with a servo hanging off
It's
the
a
Pi's
servo.
GPIO, and it's been dinging for months now. But look at the thing. I only had time to barely get the thing working.
And it has
and
like
I
a
never
tiny
got to do it justice
dongle.
with a build montage, since I built it and brought it to the radio station in less than a day. Anyways, the radio station christened the bell Clarence, after the angel in It's a Wonderful Life, and I thought Clarence deserves a bit nicer build quality. Plus, a number of people suggested I use a solenoid to ding the bell instead of a servo-based ding arm. My plan is to build a nicer Clarence 2.0 with a better circuit and more pleasant design. So the idea is to drive this solenoid with the Pi's GPIO to hit the bell.
Right.
Ideally, I'll also preserve the manual bell operation. The original bell slapper design put a sharp metal arm above the bell, so it was hard to ding it by hand. And you might think just wire up one wire on the solenoid to ground and the other to a GPIO pin, and you're done. But this solenoid requires 1 amp of current at 5 volts, and you can't drive it using a Pi GPIO pin because you can only get through about 18 milliamps through a single pin at 3.3 volts. That ain't gonna fly. So instead, after looking around,
So we need to amplify the
circuit?
circuit?
It drives the solenoid using the Pi's 5-volt power, which is attached directly to the USB power input, meaning I can pull the full amp I need to drive the solenoid. But it uses a MOSFET to control the switching on and off of the 5-volt power supply to the solenoid, and a diode to make sure the current from the spring-loaded solenoid doesn't feed back into the switch and cause damage. There's also a resistor between ground and the gate to make sure the load is switched off if the GPIO is accidentally set to be an input.
Man, I hope you guys are catching this. This is gonna be on the test. I know everything what's going. It's like I know what's happening in this. I hope, but I feel like you guys don't. Like, I'm watching this video and I'm like, yes, I understand entirely.
I have everything documented thoroughly on GitHub, so check it out there if you want the details. I'm going to first build the circuit on this breadboard to make sure everything works. Then
I know enough. Yeah, I was like, I know enough.
I'm going to put in the layout like it is in Circuito, even using the same colors of wire just to help clear up any ambiguity.
It's like I was like, I know what's happening here.
Bundle I got with an Arduino starter kit way back when. And the female-to-male DuPont wires I have for connecting the Pi's GPIO are from an old 40-pin DuPont ribbon cable. You can also make your own wires using a colored jumper wire kit, like I'll do when we get to the prototype board later.
I tried doing
that. The way this works is the Pi's
easy.
GPIO pin 4 tells the MOSFET to close the circuit to provide 5 volts to the solenoid whenever it's set high. And when it's set low, the MOSFET opens the circuit and the solenoid doesn't get power. But because this is a push-pull solenoid, this spring pulls back the rod when the power is removed. And that actually dumps power back into the system because of the induced current due to magnetism. So there's a diode here to protect the MOSFET from getting hit with a rush of current when the solenoid springs back, and it's called a flyback or clamp diode. Okay, so we have a circuit wired up, but it's not going to do anything unless we write the software to control it.
This I know. I know this one.
And since my intention is to have this thing operating in a little closet far from a monitor, I'm going to set it up remotely from my Mac using SSH. I'm logged into the Pi, and I created a Python script called ding.py. This script sets up the GPIO, sets pin 4 to an output, and then switches it high and low with a short pause between.
Ding 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 ding
Without
ding
that
ding
pause,
ding.
it doesn't switch long enough for the solenoid to actually actuate. But I don't want it to go too long because then the solenoid would stick against the bell and mute it. Finally, at the end, I use the cleanup method to tell the script to reset the GPIO to its normal state. Now, with the script in place, I can run python ding.py, and the solenoid goes off. Yay!
Yay!
So we have the basic software in place, and I already have an email check program for my first Bell version, so I'll plug that into the Bell later. But now it's time to build this thing for real on prototyping board with more permanent soldered connections. Before I get started, I should note that I'm far from the best at soldering and circuit layout, so if you want to see better examples of both, maybe go check out some other makers' YouTube channels.
Literally
Some people I love watching are Ben Eater and Great Scott, but there are dozens of amazing makers on YouTube. For the final design, I'm going to use a Raspberry Pi Zero W for its compact size and built-in Wi-Fi, so I have to solder on a 40-pin GPIO header. You can actually get these things pre-soldered from some places and save the hassle, but I figured I already have the soldering station set up, so why not get a little practice? To connect the prototype board to the GPIO header, I'm using one of these 2x4 8-pin headers. I bought a pack of them a long time ago for an RGB LED controller, and they're pretty handy if you just need a few pins from the Pi. It took a while because I kept messing up a couple of the solder bridges and burnt out the first MOSFET I tried, but now the proto board is working, and that's about all I can
Oh my god, it's such a
I tried to
mess.
build my own enclosure
Oh,
from
it's gross.
scratch, but then I found this open SCAD design from Aaron Patterson. He built an analog terminal bell using a custom circuit and no Pi at all, so I spent some time learning the 3D scripting language OpenSCAD uses, and I modified it to fit my Pi Zero and the hacked-together circuit board I built. I printed a copy, then tweaked the design and printed a few more, fixing all the little problems, as is the way with 3D printing, and eventually I came up with this enclosure. I superglued the solenoid to this little shelf, and the Pi and hat fit inside this case.
Oh, he made
Looks
like a tiny
heck of
little
lot
hat.
nicer than my first attempt last year. And maybe as I get better with OpenSCAD, I'll build a 3.0 version with everything under the bell for an even cleaner build. I plugged the email handling into the new Ding code and made sure everything worked here at home. Once I was satisfied, I brought Clarence 2.0 to the radio station and set it up next to the phone bank. There it'll rest, broadcasting a little bit of the digital into the analog over the radio waves. The bell even got a call out during the radiothon.
Speaking of that, don't forget that when you make that online donation, we'll hear a little ding from Clarence every time a bell rings. Well, that means we got a donation here at Covenant Network.
This project turned out better than I even planned, and I even got to learn some OpenSCAD along the way. And everything I've done, all the code, the 3D models, the step-by-step guide for building your own notification bell, it's open source in the GitHub repository linked in this video's description. Until next time, I'm Jeff Geerling.
I love Jeff's stuff. So this is the part where you're implying that I should build this for my stream, and when anyone follows and or subs and or donates a very large amount, it should ding like vehemently to annoy both me and the people listening. Right? Because that sounds like a great idea. I would do it. Let's see here. Next video is about a follow-up thing. About how Cuba has their own like internet service provider stuff. This was a follow-up from before. Yeah, you could just do that with a bot. I mean, yeah, but like, I want hardware. It's more fun with hardware.
El totalitarismo necesita un control de la información. Quien controla la información controla la mente de las personas.
Oh, they're playing WoW.
Yunta. He's playing World of Warcraft with a few hundred others in Havana, but he's not connected to the internet. Instead, Yunta is using what's called StreetNet. It's one of the many bootlegged inventions Cubans have come up with to bypass their government's resistance to internet access.
5% of the 11 million people in Cuba actually have access to the internet.
A few years ago, some young tech-savvy gamers in Havana started connecting their computers through long Ethernet cables, running them from rooftop to rooftop across the city. And soon they started using wireless routers to expand even further. They created a giant mesh network, which has no central server. Instead, each participant holds a piece of the network on their local computer, creating nodes that connect the city to one giant network. Today, there are over 10,000 users connected to StreetNet throughout Havana.
Wow.
Using StreetNet is strangely similar to searching the real web. There are blogs, forums, dating sites, and social media that looks like Facebook. You have to remind yourself that you're actually looking at an illegal makeshift network invented by Cuban gamers.
I love how Cyberpunk asks this as well. I mean,
in
yeah.
1959, Fidel Castro led a socialist revolution that flipped Cuban society upside down.
La lucha armada es el único camino.
Also, mad respect for tech people. I'm high-key scared to touch anything related to a motherboard, even cleaning my PC. Well, I mean, you just kind of have to take care of it with a reasonable amount of risk, right?
The world started adopting the
just don't fucking tear things out of it, you know?
Why should I be on the internet? Why?
Hi.
But Cuba is the most censored country in the Western Hemisphere, and the advent of the internet in all of its uncontrollable and decentralized glory posed a unique challenge for a regime that really wants to keep control over information.
The States of America is changing its relationship with the people of Cuba.
The United States will restore full diplomatic relations with Cuba.
I believe that we can do more to support the Cuban people.
To the thawing of diplomatic relations with Cuba.
And to improve Cuba's internet.
Includes U.S. equipment to improve Cuba's internet.
Connect Cuba to the internet.
A surge in internet usage.
One of the companies watching closely, Google.
Google has gone to Cuba in a push for a free and open internet.
It hasn't been easy for Google.
There's no internet, not when you land at the airport, but we are right now at one of these new Wi-Fi hotspots that the government has set up just in the last few weeks.
Now to get on the internet, you have to buy a card like this, featuring a relaxed-looking woman in spandex meditating. It costs $2. And with it, you can go to one of the 35 Wi-Fi hotspots in the country and enter a code to get 1 hour of unadulterated access to the uncensored internet.
Ooh.
The government often runs out of these access cards, so most people have to buy them off a black market dealer for $3 or $4. Since these hotspots opened a couple months ago, people have been flocking to the internet, mainly to connect with family members.
I think it's nice.
no hay internet. Hay que haber internet para todo el mundo porque no hay una plataforma, un soporte técnico.
Many Cubans buy into the official state line that internet deficiency is caused by a combination of the embargo from the United States and a lack of telecoms infrastructure. A quick look into this and you start to realize that the infrastructure argument is completely bogus. In January 2013, a submarine fiber optic cable running from Venezuela went live on the island.
Oh!
The cable is called Alba 1, and it was supposed to support a more widespread and faster internet on the island. Experts say that with this cable, connecting the island should be easy.
And I didn't realize that had a fiber optic.
This summer, Cuba's bandwidth will increase by 3,000. The question is, will Cubans then have access to the web without restrictions and without excuses?
Llegó el cable de fibra óptica, ha habido un silencio absoluto
Then there has been
respecto al desarrollo y al uso de ese cable. De hecho, tengo un amigo que es periodista y prohibieron en el periódico hablar del asunto. El internet es incompatible con el totalitarismo.
Even Google's gone over the past year and a half. They've made several trips to Cuba. They offered, we'll help you create that infrastructure. And I believe the Cuban government politely declined that.
This is not an infrastructure issue. This leaked video from a government training session shows a presenter talking about the threat of new technologies.
No estamos fajados con las nuevas tecnologías. Es sencillamente conocerlas, usarlas en favor de lo que nuestros intereses, pero saber qué quiere hacer el enemigo con lo que está poniendo en el país.
Cuba now employs a cyber militia that has started harassing and discrediting dissident bloggers on the island. But
cyber militia.
There are now 1,600 blogs run by Cubans. Joanny Sanchez is among the most visible of these underground bloggers.
So the idea is that, Joanny or one of her journalists will write an article and she'll get, access to one of these Wi-Fi points or the internet somewhere, and she'll email the article to her colleagues in Spain or wherever, and they'll publish it and download all that information onto a PDF and then send it back into the island. Maybe it's a visitor that's coming with a flash drive. Joanny considers this the boomerang effect. And then that gets put onto flash drives and CDs and DVDs and literally gets passed hand to hand.
El día que Cuba sea un país donde la información no esté censurada y la opinión no sea un peligro, algún día le levantaremos un monumento a las memorias flash. Porque estos objetos nos ha dado libertad.
Huh. I mean, damn. I mean, it is just kind of like a... It is just kind of like when you put it all in like a summary, it is kind of super cyberpunk-esque. And I don't know, there's just so many neat things that come from Cuba. Speaking of, let's watch more about things from Cuba. This is more of a maker thing, but let's watch it as well. Why is it on auto? And why are the subtitles in Japanese? You plug it into an electrical.
Pequeños aditamentos es capaz de reanimar una batería de reloj no recargable. Sobre todo lo usan las personas que tienen aparatos de los sordos, ¿no? Las personas que tienen problemas acústicos, y estos aparatos necesitan baterías constantemente, entonces la gente le hace este tipo de objetos para ellos, ¿no? Para que puedan recargar todo el tiempo las baterías.
Oh, wow.
Este tipo de objetos son los que me inspiraron a escribir el texto sobre desobediencia tecnológica. Hay como una reinterpretación de la tecnología y hay ya tanto conocimiento de electrónico, ingenieril, de este tipo de cosas, que las personas van ya más allá siempre y tratan de crear cosas siempre nuevas, ¿no?
Piece of Ernesto Oroza. How old is this video?
Te hablo de un fenómeno bien complejo que tiene muchos matices.
2013, wow.
Hay siempre improvisación, hay invención o reinvención, hay reparación. Hay como muchos factores, ¿no? Muchos procesos que tú puedes encontrar o extraer de este tipo de objetos. Por ejemplo, de los años 60, cuando los americanos salen de Cuba y se llevan con ellos todos los ingenieros, Fidel empujó a que la gente aprendiera a trabajar con las máquinas y aparecieron montones de personas para que repararan, y se llamó el movimiento Asociación Nacional de Innovadores y Racionalizadores.
Soviet Union. Oh yeah, Cuba. Not much anymore. Yeah, but
más poderosa de la creatividad de las personas.
I know, I like
Veías
these
en
old
todas partes
videos, for sure.
soluciones a las carencias que todo el tiempo estaban golpeando a la gente, ¿no? En todos los órdenes, yo puedo hablarte de todo, desde transporte, juguetes para niños, comida, ropa, todo empezó a tener sucedáneos producidos por las personas, ¿no? Nosotros empezamos, yo empecé a hacer este tipo de cosas con una persona que se llama Diango Hernández, un artista cubano.
I almost feel the same way as like I just make my own sometimes. Like I would like to make things. I mean, obviously I'm not the same, but is that a bench made out of park chairs? Oh, that's a bench made out of
Las tiendas estaban completamente vacías.
Oh, it's so cool.
Había como una economía que estaba empezando a girar alrededor de este tipo de producciones. Y entonces nosotros salíamos de la escuela de diseño en ese momento, habíamos estudiado los dos diseños.
Ooh, lamp.
Y empezamos a darnos cuenta que no teníamos trabajo. El país estaba parado, no había industria, no había nada, ¿no? Y empezamos a colectar inicialmente este tipo de objetos. Y ya desde ese momento yo no he parado de trabajar en este tipo de objetos, bueno, hasta el día de hoy, ¿no? Después de los años 97 aproximadamente, empecé a viajar por toda la isla y lo hice casi hasta el 2007, ¿no? Hacía recorridos a todo lo largo de la isla, durante un mes por cada pueblo y provincia, recolectando, hablando con la gente, haciendo fotografías. Y hay objetos que son típicos de cada región. Y hay objetos que son comunes a toda la isla. Por ejemplo, la antena de bandejas, que es la antena que está hecha con este plato de aluminio que estaba en todo el país, que era una materia estandarizada también, porque
wow.
en espacios públicos donde la gente comía o almorzaba, tenían este objeto.
Es a TV antenna.
Conocen este objeto. Es decir, si había un objeto que era capaz de explicar la masificación de esta inventiva, era la antena de bandeja. El gobierno tenía conciencia de que la cosa venía muy mala, ¿no? De que venía una crisis bien compleja. Entonces hicieron un libro que lo hizo el ejército, se llamaba El libro de la familia.
Book for the family.
Y entonces le explicaban a la gente, aquí es como una recopilación de libros de incluso de mecánica popular y de muchas otras publicaciones internacionales y todo. Reparaciones sencillas de efectos electrodomésticos. Tiene reparaciones de estos objetos. Tiene cosas medicinales, fitoterapia, cosas con plantas medicinales, protección y supervivencia.
Oh, so they had like books on how
Periodo
this.
especial en tiempo de paz. Pero muchas de las cosas que había estado preparando el ejército por si Cuba era supuestamente atacada por los norteamericanos, todo ese conocimiento se puso en este libro, ¿no? En menos de un año, 2 años, ellos quisieron preguntar a ver a dónde había ido esto, ¿no? Y este libro está hecho de todo lo que las personas le mandaron que se podían hacer a ellos mismos, ¿no? Entonces es un libro hecho, todas las ideas que están aquí son ideas de la población.
I like that. It's like a maker book.
Por ejemplo, uno de los que se ha hecho más famoso es el bistec que la gente hacía con toronja, ¿no? Que la masa de la toronja es bien fuerte. Las personas cogían, le quitaban la cosa amarga que tiene la toronja y lo adobaban, le echaban ajo, cebolla, diferentes cosas, limón, y entonces lo freían y lo comían como si fuera bistec, pero al final era la masa. Hasta los años 80 y 90 existían objetos muy estándar en la ciudad, en todo el país. La lavadora específicamente estaba en todas partes, en todas las casas, la podías ver en donde quiera. La transformación más importante sobre este objeto era que se cortaba la mitad del objeto. ¿Por qué? Porque la parte de la secadora se rompía. Entonces el objeto era como muy pesado, muy grande dentro de la casa y terminaron cortando el objeto a la mitad, desechaban una parte, entre comillas, porque el motor iba quizás para otra parte, para un ventilador o para una máquina para pulir zapatos o para hacer una copiadora de llave, para otra función, pero la lavadora quedaba como un objeto comprimido.
Wow.
Si las personas complejizan, van más allá de las posibilidades reales que le da el objeto y tratan de superar incluso las limitaciones que el objeto impone. Yo siempre he hablado de esto, de que este tipo de cosas a la misma vez le impone a la persona un límite, le impone una limitación, porque ya viene con un código establecido tecnológico y no satisface casi siempre todas sus necesidades, y él logra superar a veces esas necesidades, él logra rebasar las cualidades del objeto, ¿no?
Oh, his electric bike is good.
Tipo de motores,
or motorized
yo lo
bike.
vi como, empecé a verlo como quizás no son ellos realmente no tienen el mismo peso que la arquitectura para explicar los objetos y la cultura material en general, pero Rickenbilly tenía es como un hito, ¿no? El conocimiento técnico del cubano empleado en estos años de crisis, y resumía muchísimas ideas.
Military tank,
sobre todo
motor from
resumía el
fumigator
atrevimiento a
machine.
enfrentarse con tecnología bien compleja a veces, ¿no? y poner su vida incluso a riesgo de usar un objeto que podía perfectamente matarlo, haberlo lanzado hacia el espacio, a cualquier lugar, ¿no? Entonces en ese momento descubrí la idea también de la desobediencia tecnológica. Es decir, haciendo la investigación sobre los Rickinbilly, di con la palabra desobediencia tecnológica y era como me permitía sintetizar cómo se estaban comportando los cubanos ante las tecnologías y cómo irrespetaban determinados criterios de autoridad que tienen los objetos contemporáneos, ¿no? Cómo el cubano saltaba esa autoridad. Yo siempre hablo de la imagen, yo la imagen que pongo es que de tanto como el cirujano, que de tanto abrir los cuerpos, se hace insensible a la sangre, al olor de la sangre, a las vísceras, al cubano le pasa igual. Después que abre un ventilador,
That
ya él
looks terrifying, though.
todo por dentro, todo
That looks terrifying.
que todos los signos que hacen de un objeto,
Electric bite made from a dryer motor.
una entidad única,
Wow.
un concepto único, para el cubano no existe. El cubano claramente violenta ese tipo de cosas, ¿no? Las personas estaban tan empujados en la crisis, se sentían tan apretados, es como un animal, ¿no? Es como un animal
Hey.
sin comida, entonces es capaz de saltar cualquier tipo de barrera, de límites, ¿no? Y de esa manera rompe
Coconut
todos los
shredder.
límites
It's
estéticos,
good.
legales, económicos, y esa liberación es una liberación moral.
That's so neat. Like I like to embrace that type of thing, even though I'm not much of a DIYer. I do appreciate like the concept of like opening up your own like stuff, searching what's in there, and seeing what can be used for something else, or what can't be, and like making your own items out of it. I think that's like super good. It's how I became more used to like enjoying things like like making things and doing sort of doing a VTuber stuff a little bit. There's a little bit of that DIY energy in all the stuff I do. Let's see here. What's the next one we can see? Ooh, the first IBM clones this is from the 8-bit guy. Yeah, Alltech is a kind of a black box until you open it up. And then afterwards, it all just kind of... I'm not saying it all becomes clear. Of course not. It's very complicated. But if you get a basic grasp, it gets understandable. And it doesn't... It removes the magic from it, but it gets more interesting from the fact that it's not magic. It's someone made this or someone designed this. And it's demystified, but it also makes you feel in awe of like the people who worked on it, right? Because like this ain't magic anymore. A dude made this. Like people made this, and that's so cool to me. Ba-da-ba-ba. I love his intro. Ba-ba-da-ba-da.
Reverse engineer an IBM PC with me.
Why? What would be the point?
Because I want to build a machine that nobody else has the balls to build.
AMC's hit series Halt and Catch Fire revolves around a company called Cardiff Electric, who in the early 1980s decides to clone an IBM PC and build a portable version. This, of course, leads to a room full of lawyers and a variety of dramatic events. And while the show is entirely fictional, it is loosely based on Compaq Computer Corporation.
Watch Halt and Fire. I mean, okay, I will.
IBM clone, because there were a lot of computers in the early 80s that claimed to be MS-DOS compatible. But a lot of those computers were really limited in what software they could actually run, and they weren't really compatible with the IBM hardware. But what I have in front of me here are two of the earliest examples of IBM compatible computers that were more or less 100% compatible. Compaq was founded by three guys, Rod Canyon, Jim Harris, and Bill Murto. All three were former Texas Instruments employees who left to form their own computer company.
Ooh, these guys knew their
Rod
shit,
Canyon wanted
man.
to build a portable computer similar to the Osborne, which had come out the year before. The problem wasn't just building the computer, but making sure there was enough software that customers would find the computer useful. By this point, there were 100.
I love the idea, the old electronics idea that portable meant is the size of a fucking suitcase.
Incompatible computer
Like,
architectures in the market already.
damn, you know?
And adding one more wasn't likely to give them a very big slice of the computer market. But then Rod wondered if maybe there was a way they could design their new computer to be compatible with existing software. Computers made by companies like Commodore and Atari
Commodores are very
had
portable.
proprietary chips such as video chips and audio chips, and these chips were not easy to duplicate, and doing so would surely invite a big lawsuit. But the IBM PC was different. IBM had designed the computer using all off-the-shelf parts, so it would be totally legal to make another computer exactly like it. There was only one problem: the BIOS. This chip contained the ROM code that made the computer start up and handle all of the input and output, so everything from reading the keyboard to putting characters on the screen. This ROM code was copyrighted. But there was nothing to stop someone from writing their own compatible BIOS ROM from the ground up. And that's
Oh,
exactly
C64 needed a monitor. Yeah, you're right.
The Hyperion was the first to market in January of 1983.
He's cute. He's a cute boy.
2 months later in March.
I like the Hyperion. He's
Let's start by
cute.
taking a look at the compact portable. At 28 pounds, it certainly doesn't seem very portable by today's standards.
And drives.
But compared to lugging
Oh, yeah, you're
a
right.
PC
And
monitor,
drives.
it actually was quite portable. There's a sliding door on this side revealing the power supply, and on the other side
That
reveals
looks so fucking extra, by the way. The slide.
Very expandable.
Wow.
I installed a compact flash reader as a hard drive substitute. It has 2 little legs on the bottom which help to elevate the screen when you lay it down.
Leggy.
So let me set this thing down and show you how it works. To remove the keyboard, you just slide these 2 release latches. And typically, you would also want to pull out these little legs on the bottom of the keyboard.
I don't know why. I just love this shit so much. It's just like...
There you go. And here's where
it's so portable for the time they made it for, and it's like really cute.
Looking at this, one interesting thing I wanted
It
to
looks
show you
really
is that you
cute.
can coil up the power cord and shove it up into this little space.
Oh,
here.
ooh,
It was actually
ooh.
designed that way so you could carry the power cord inside the keyboard.
Ooh. Fucking modern electronics don't do that shit today.
You have 10 function keys over here on the left. The backslash is in a weird place here, and there are
okay.
no dedicated cursor keys.
Zaffa?
Rather, you have to use the cursor keys that are part of the number pad.
The fuck is this? What is this layout? What is this? Why are they like this? Just make the full key. Like, what's stopping them from doing that?
Now, believe it or not, this is exactly how the IBM keyboard of the time was, except for the location of the backslash. Over here,
Current
you get a
layout didn't
brightness knob
exist.
for the screen, and this particular unit comes with a single full-height floppy and
I don't
a
know.
hard drive over here. Now, this particular
Really?
model has the really early style floppy drives, just like the IBM used, but later models had the lever style drives, and some configurations of a computer like this one had dual floppy drives.
Yo, you're rocking.
The keyboard cable is not terribly long, but it
You know you're rocking the cool shit when you got dual floppy drives in your portable laptop computer. Or portable computer.
Well, you'll have to disassemble the computer to some degree. Myself, I have to use a screwdriver to do this. Actually, usually 2 screwdrivers. But I've heard stories that compact technicians did this often enough that they could remove the cover with their bare hands, using no tools at all. There's several different self-contained compartments.
Probably you gotta bend the
Take
plastic
this
for
off
that.
and have access to the drives. This will give you access to the high voltage system like the CRT and the power supply.
If you touch that, you die.
Will give you access to the cards.
That's kind of modular, but damn, that's a lot of shielding.
Upgrade or install whatever you want. You could even put an AdLib or Sound Blaster card in here if you wanted. The video card is sort of special because it has a little internal header for the internal monitor to connect. However, the video card has another trick up its sleeve.
It's
both the
weird.
Hyperion and the Compact also added a unique system for display. You see, in the early days, when you went to buy an IBM PC, you actually needed to choose which type of monitor you'd be using, CGA or MDA. But it wasn't just a monitor type you would pick, but also a video card to go with it. So what was the difference between the two? MDA was a
Here's why
monochrome
repairability is
display and
important.
had no
Yeah,
graphics at all.
true.
However, it ran at a higher frequency than CGA, which gave it a higher resolution and therefore very sharp text. CGA, on the other hand,
Color!
had color text but less resolution, and at a higher price. Despite MDA's inferior capabilities, many businesses still preferred it for the sharper text, which they said was easier on the eyes. Also, it was typically displayed on an amber screen, which they also said was easier on the eyes. If you take a look at this comparison, you can see the 2 different fonts that were used for MDA and CGA. And as you can see, there's a
Imagine
if you were working with text all day long,
needing to figure out what type of font you need to read and making a graphics or monitor purchase based on that.
interchange monitors between the 2
Like,
different
damn.
fonts. So it was generally not possible to have a computer that had sharp text and color graphics on the same system. But since the Compaq and Hyperion machines had internal monitors, they decided to create custom video cards that could display both MDA and CGA, and the CRT controller could change frequencies to adapt to each mode. Now let me demonstrate this on the Compaq. So here we are looking at a standard text screen. By default, the Compaq starts up in MDA mode. However, if I want to force CGA mode, I can hold down Control, Alt, and then press the less than or greater than to alternate between the two modes. And you'll hear a click of a relay, and there you go. You can probably see that the text is a bit chunkier looking now. Let's try again. MDA mode and CGA mode. Of course, the card is smart enough to know that if you select a graphics mode, such as when playing a game, it will automatically switch to CGA mode. Also, the card does have RGBI and composite outputs, but in order to use them, you'll have to make sure the card is in CGA.
Oh, yay!
Mode. But as a result, that means you can get full color using CGA composite mode on games that support it. And just to toot my own horn a bit, Planet X3 works great on this computer in composite mode using a full 16-color palette. And it also works well on the internal green screen in 4-color mode.
I can barely see.
And let's try
it looks really nice though.
This will give you a full 16 colors of text. Now, even though the internal screen is monochrome, CGA graphics actually look pretty good on it. I mean, CGA typically only had 4 colors anyway, and they were not the best.
I need to squint to see these.
So in many ways, a grayscale, or in this case greenscale,
it's the Noid.
4 shades of green actually looks better on a lot of games. Now, for example, when you look at the 4 shades of green here, there's a nice even gradient. But the same thing displayed on the RGB monitor uses a terrible palette. I wouldn't necessarily say the Compaq Portable is a great MS-DOS gaming computer.
I love that palette, by the way, mainly because it looks exactly like shit. It looks garbage. I love it.
So a lot of DOS games either won't run or just run too slow to be really playable. And remember, this computer came out a year before EGA graphics was even introduced, and many years before software for such cards became widespread. So the graphics that it has is very much appropriate for the time period. I've heard rumors that you could get an EGA card that had an internal header so you could play your games in 16 shades of green, or in full color on an external monitor, but I've never seen one. Now let's have a look at the Hyperion.
Ooh, it comes in a bag.
As well, but it came in this carry bag. Admittedly, because of this, it took a little longer to pack and unpack than the Compaq. However, it was 10 pounds lighter than the Compaq, which is certainly worth something. In fact, you can see it's a good bit smaller than the Compaq. However, it's almost exactly the same height, despite having a much smaller screen. The keyboard pulls out from a little tray.
I love it. It has a little tiny compartment.
That you'll need to extend.
It has a tiny little compartment.
There you go.
Tiny cubby.
It's actually a nice looking system. It definitely has a more integrated look than the Compaq, which is mostly built from off-the-shelf components. For example, the disk drives are very unique.
Ooh.
I've never seen any that work like this. You just press the front and they pop open. On the keyboard, they did put the function keys at the top, like more modern systems, but it still only has 10 of them, which was pretty standard for XT-class machines. Also, like the IBM and the Compaq, it has no dedicated cursor keys. Again,
see, look, the numpad format is actually normal.
I do like the fact
relatively normal.
Similar to the early Macintosh machines. And of course, on the rear of the computer, you got your regular power port, composite video. Looks like it has a built-in modem, floppy drive, parallel port,
and
I don't know, probably some kind of bus port where you could.
I
don't know.
Looks like a display monitor port from what the logo says.
Have a look. I love the light up power button.
Oh, it's a cute button.
This thing is also a lot quieter than the Compaq. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a problem. I think one of the capacitors for the CRT deflection have gone bad. Right as I was getting ready to film this episode.
Can't see shit, Captain.
While the top of the screen looks okay, it gets squished at the bottom. Anyway, the Hyperion could run regular MS-DOS, but it actually came with its own Hyperion DOS, which is a bit different.
Oh, that's fucking weird.
On the screen, there are these hotkeys assigned to keys.
Oh.
It's designed to make DOS easier to navigate. And I'd love to demonstrate this to you further, but the computer isn't going to cooperate.
Replace the caps.
What's worse is that the return key also died right in the middle of filming this.
F.
All the other keys still work, just not the return key.
F, that's the most important one.
I'm able to demonstrate this one much. So how did these computers do in the marketplace? Well, the Compaq was an immediate success. Originally priced at $3,590, it was competitive with the IBM PC. However, IBM wasn't offering any sort of portable computer at that point. So if you wanted a portable IBM PC, you had to buy a Compaq. And despite great sales, IBM wasn't particularly concerned.
So did they
Unlike the
sue?
scenes from *Halt and Catch Fire*, IBM
Like,
was
did they
almost
sue at
silent
all?
on the matter, feeling that Compaq was only a minor nuisance. They figured they could bring out their own portable computer, and that would essentially be the end of Compaq. In fact, Compaq was quite worried about the introduction of the IBM 5155 portable. As you can see, it is a very similar design to the Compaq, albeit a slightly longer body, but also slightly thinner.
Chunky.
Otherwise, the fold-out keyboard design was very similar. Once IBM announced that they were about to bring out their own portable, sales of
At least the
Compaq
keyboard's
started to pick up.
detachable.
Resellers stopped ordering the Compaq, figuring they'd be selling
But
the IBM
damn, that looks ugly.
in a few months. Compaq feared they might actually go out of business as a result. Rod Kenyon had a decision to make. The way he saw it, there were two options. On one hand, they could either cut production and watch as IBM slowly chipped away at Compaq's customer base, eventually running them out of business, or they could just keep cranking out Compaq systems at full speed even though nobody was ordering them. The idea behind that being that just in case IBM had production problems or delayed launch. So they continued to load up thousands of Compaq systems and park them in tractor trailers all around the city of Houston and just waited. And that turned out to be the winning solution because it turned out IBM did have production problems, and so when the resellers started looking,
It seemed I thought that was actually going to be a bad idea, but it could, you know, color me surprised, you know.
Stock on hand. And so Compaq prevailed and continued to make new products.
Yay.
Compaq Portable 2.
I think I have an old Compaq laptop I had from high school.
What about the Hyperion?
It
fair on the market.
I thought it was cute.
Hyperion, on the other hand,
I think it had a really weird processor that I liked. It had a 3-core processor. Oh, it had a 3-core AMD processor.
From the United States into Canada, and then they had bottlenecks getting the completed units out of Canada back to the United
What?
States.
Yeah, no, they had 3-core processors. I'll show you a video on it.
At one point, they changed names from Dynalogic to Biteg. Now, Compaq was immune to these problems because their manufacturing was based out of Houston, Texas. In fact, Hyperion had apparently made a deal to have Commodore manufacture the computer in the USA and sell the computer under the Commodore brand name. In fact, if you look at this promotional ad from Commodore, you can actually see the Hyperion here, and if you look closely, you can see the Commodore brand name printed on the front.
Ooh.
Here's another grainy photo, but you can actually see the Commodore brand is embossed into the plastic. However, for whatever reason, the deal with Commodore fell through. Although Compaq survived the introduction of IBM's portable onto the marketplace, the Hyperion did not. Another possibly overlooked issue is that the Compaq and the IBM portable were both expandable and that they had internal card slots. The Hyperion did not, and so there was a rumored hard drive that could connect to that big external connection on the back.
Yeah, monitor.
If it did exist, it was only available in small numbers, and so for the most part, the Hyperion was a floppy-only system. So here's an interesting comparison. Which computer is better as a collectible today, the Compaq or the Osborne? After all, at the time of Compaq's launch, the Osborne was the nearest competitor.
Yo, this thing looks like it fucks. Like, honestly, it fucks so hard. Look at that. Look at how much stuff is on the face of this computer, and they just left the screen as a fuck it. Like, it looks like it has the possibility to fit 4 disk drives. I don't even know if you can even do that. I don't think you'd want to do that. It looks like this thing fucks. Like, this computer fucks.
Well, if you're just going to sit them on a shelf as a collectible, either one will do. But for me, I definitely go with the Compaq today. After all, the Osborne is a text-only system designed to run CP/M, which was mostly business software. The Compaq, on the other hand, with its IBM compatibility, means you can run thousands of old MS-DOS games, which is considerably more interesting. And so that about wraps it up for the Compaq and the Hyperion. Now, I hope to come back to the Hyperion again once I get it fixed up.
I wonder if
And
they
I also have
did
a
post a
Compaq Portable 2 and
video
a
for
Portable
fix it for that.
3 that also need fixing, and I hope to bring those to you eventually. So stick around for those, and thanks for watching.
It totally... Hold on, let me show that video about the AMD 3-core processors. Because they existed. They were shit, but they existed. Let me find a good video, though. This might be helpful. Let's find out.
Come the mid-2000s, there was a major rise in core counts. Dual cores, quad.
So mind you, this in context, this was the early 2000s. So I had one of these fuckers.
Tri-core CPUs, but the latter of which faded into obscurity pretty quick. So join me today as we find out how they came to be, and if they actually did age any better than their dual-core counterparts.
I had a laptop. I had a laptop that had one of these things.
An AMD Phenom X3-8600B, one of the first tri-core CPUs released under the AMD name. In fact, the 8600B was the one that OEMs like Dell, HP and the others opted to use in their systems. It's fairly representative of the most early tri-cores, with it released in mid-2008, being based on the 65nm K10 architecture. The same as most standard generation chips from this era that came from AMD and were based on the Phenom lineup. It came with, and you guessed it, 3 cores which clocked in at 2.3 GHz.
Tri-core sounds so cursed. Yeah, no, it's cursed because it was kind of cursed. I thought it was fun though,
chips didn't actually have this.
so I bought it.
It doesn't have an iGPU, but lots of chipsets of the era actually included some sort of basic NVIDIA GeForce 6100 or the likes, and you know the types that they were included because I've used them plenty on the channel and they're not all too good. Being a business-based chip, the CPU is known to use around 50 to 70 watts under full load, so it actually had quite a lot going for it. But you're forgetting, this is the era of the legendary Core 2 Duo and Core 2 Quad. So why don't we put together a little system to benchmark and discuss a little bit of history about the 3-core series.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there were better options.
AMD had already released the original Phenom lineup of quad cores and stuff like that, and most review sites had noted that it wasn't a bad buy, but that was only after the price had been cut to make sure it was able to differentiate itself from the Intel Core series counterpart.
It was just a weird-ass buy.
It showed any incentive to buy was to content creators and multitaskers who needed cores. Now you have to remember that content creators weren't exactly as prolific now as they were back then.
Content creators.
It wasn't actually as useful as, say, the AMD Ryzen series makes over, say, a Coffee Lake CPU. Now, this was also the same for the Core 2 Quad series at the time, as the dual cores usually worked out better unless you're encoding in the background. So if you had the money, you really had a choice between an AMD Phenom or a Core 2 Quad if you were doing some intensive tasks that really utilized more than 2 cores. Because not many games really did in this era. It wasn't until the 2010 era that we started to see games really touching more than those first 2 cores. And during the release of these, well, some games even only touched 1 core. So the Core 2 Duos sold like hotcakes, and the AMD dual cores still outsold the Phenom series as well. So a year after this, AMD released the updated quad cores, but to try and incorporate a more budget offering for those who didn't need the full multitasking performance of a quad core, but could do with a core to hang back in case it was needed for any multi-threaded workloads, all the while allowing AMD to get rid of their quad cores with a less defective core, essentially meaning that they could ship off CPUs that couldn't actually be sold as a quad core because they weren't good enough. So came along the Tri-Core Phenom series, and ultimately they have a lot of benefits from being Phenom chips, such as being able to actually use RAM without having
it was 3 cores because of binning, basically.
That's only gotten worse with age.
Still fucking weird though.
Know that they can be awfully picky. Now I will actually say that is one major benefit they did have. Memory compatibility on these Phenom chips is lovely. They had the same relative IPC games, power efficiency, technology and other pioneering advancements as the Phenom series, with the catch being that lower price and of course lower core counts.
It's lower because it just costed less.
Or
yeah.
In fact, it's one of the reasons people bought them, you know, to try and get lucky and unlock a 4th core for a fraction of the price back in the day. It actually had a value incentive. Unfortunately, I'm not going to...
It never fucking worked,
today,
by the way.
It was one of the incentives to buy them, because you could get a quad core for a lower price. So at the end of the day, some OEMs offered them in bare-bones systems, which is where mine came from. In fact, you might remember it from that 50 subscriber special I ended up doing a while ago, as well as some people buying them from that value incentive, so you occasionally see one floating around. But the thing is, they aren't anywhere near as common as a Core 2 Duo, and that's ultimately because the Core 2 Duos were a better buy. In fact, with the release pricing, you could get a Core 2 Quad and see more performance for only a percentage more of your money. So there was very little reason to buy one of these new.
Man, remember when these items costed this much?
If you weren't willing to buy used or spend a little bit more. So, should you buy one today? You know, what if you actually have one? How do they perform? And if you bought one back in the day, was it a better option over that Core 2 Duo? Because we've already seen how those have fared. So, what can you actually do with it in 2019?
it's some weird shit.
We actually get ahead with the benchmarks.
Also, my god, look how old that thing is.
Of DDR2, 800 MHz RAM,
I love it.
120 GB SSD, and a GTX 770. I've also tested this with an AMD Fury and even an R5 240 to make sure that we see very similar results all round, and I can confirm that we will see the exact same results all round. Now, before anyone comes in to say that RAM is definitely going to be a major impact, I also did test with 8GB of RAM using a spare motherboard, but that wasn't mine. Even then, I saw zero difference in terms of performance, in terms of frame times and average frame rates. The main difference you'll see with 8GB of RAM is heavily multitasking and gaming improvements while you're doing this. Now,
see, I
4GB, you'll be
I bought one because I thought I would have
OS install of Windows 7.
I bought one because I thought I would be doing a lot of multitasking when I was doing stuff in Witch High School. So, and I didn't. I just wanted a new computer. So, don't tell Dad. I don't know.
Just so Windows would install, but that's how it can be with these older motherboards. Anyway, with that all out of the way, why don't we get on with the benchmarks? As for your older AAA titles like Skyrim run absolutely fine in all instances, mainly because this is the era where all cores began to get some use, but the games could still function fine on a dual-core or single-core CPU. It's just that those increased core counts actually helped out at this point. We saw virtually 60 FPS throughout all the time playing the game, except when engaging in combat in heavy towns and cities. Of course, you'd still see a bit of a drop down to the 45 to 55 FPS region, but it's still perfectly smooth, and I still managed to play a nice little bit of the game through on this. I didn't test the latest in Bethesda's RPG lineup.
Like, I just want to show that bit, because, like, overall, it was just basically, it was literally just a medium place in the 2-4 core market. I think there was also an Intel CPU that they had that was, like, you could purchase a fourth unlockable. Like, hold on. CPU. I remember it was like CPU DLC or something. DLC. Like, there was one processor that, like, you could that you bought to unlock it. I just forgot what it was called. Was it an Intel piece? AMD? No. Oh, there it is. Here it is. The CPU with DLC. You ever get a DLC with your graphics card?
And welcome to
Here we go.
Video. Now, I know the last couple of videos have been processor focused, but about a week ago, something very interesting caught my attention.
This one I just think is kind of dumb, but like interesting.
CPU that could be upgraded through an online paid service. The CPU in question is the G6951, a socket 1156 processor released in 2010 to select markets and primarily featured in a few Gateway and Acer systems. At the time, it cost around $90 or £60 when bought in bulk batches, and was pretty much the G6950 with a twist. So the G6951 was essentially like those binned AMD chips that were sold as triple cores because the fourth core didn't work. In this case though, if you had a system with a G6951 CPU in it, along with a motherboard featuring the DH55TC or DH55PJ chipset, you could buy an upgrade card from Intel for $50, run the special downloadable software, and in return you'd have just gained an extra megabyte of cache as well as hyper-threading, giving your Pentium the same performance as the i3-530. The clock speed stayed the same at 2.8 GHz though. As you can imagine, reactions to this scheme were varied, with some questioning why you should have to pay to unlock features that are essentially already there. Others saw past that, and because these CPUs were part of budget systems, users looking for extra performance a couple of months down the line could have it without having to open up the case and replace, ideal for those who didn't really know too much about PCs. To some people, a 25% performance increase for $50 may seem like an attractive proposition. Sure, the i3-530 could have been bought for cheaper than the cost of the Pentium plus the upgrade, but for the target market, this probably wouldn't have been a consideration. This was more about extending the life of a machine after some time, but from what I can see, the Intel upgrade service is now discontinued and has been since 2011, just a year after it and a few other upgradable processors were launched. This was like DLC but for hardware, so I myself couldn't find
It's so...
one of these, as I don't believe these
I just love how weird these things are.
but I put the call
Because
out
when we were
a man
in...
named John was kind enough to send over a few performance figures.
When were we in this weird space of time? Yeah.
Bundle, and it's never been upgraded due to the service being shut down. So what I thought we'd do would be to take the performance result that he's been kind enough to send.
So it was a huge failure? Well, no, it was because everyone was trying to, like, the 2-core upgrade to 4-core was such a huge leap. People were wondering where the mid-market was, so they made the mid-market. And then at the same time, like, binning was a pain in the ass, because the 4-cores were obviously harder to make because they were newer. So they had to get rid of their extra stock somehow, so I guess that's why they did from the 3. Hey Nell, how's it going? How did you come from, how are you from Mondstadt? Okay. I think we're gonna be nearing the end of this stuff, so maybe we should move on from series videos to really dumb things that I think we should just watch to have our brains kind of melt.
This video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. Hey everybody.
I was convinced to return to Genshin for Ball. Did you get Ball though?
Some interesting laser gadgets in the health and beauty section. Now you'd probably think this stuff here would be pretty benign, well at least compared to what I'm used to buying on eBay. But I mean, some of this stuff is really concerning. I mean, these things are advertised to do procedures that typically require huge...
So do you guys want to see dangerous lasers being sold?
Dangerous. Now, naturally,
being
I had to
sold?
find out for myself
Let's
what kind
go.
of lasers we're dealing with here. So I bought a few to test out for this video. Oh yeah, before I go on, I should warn you that all the crazy stuff you're about to see was done completely for educational purposes. I mean, if DIYing medical treatment wasn't sketchy enough, then doing it with some mystery device that was made without any regards to safety regulations is a big no-no. So yeah, please don't try this at home. Alright, let's start with this one. This is the Neat Cell Spot Removal Laser, which is apparently an amazing all-in-one cosmetic device. This thing can apparently remove moles,
don't
tattoos,
trust that I don't trust that item at all.
$40. Wow, what a deal. Now, is this thing actually legit, or is it just the LED equivalent of essential oils?
It scares the shit out of me, by the way, just looking at it.
The kit here. You got the main device
Oh, it looks so dangerous.
These goggles, and then
it's so sketchy. I feel like it's gonna burn through my skin.
these instructions. Now, as a general rule, I don't trust goggles that come with cheap kits like these, so I'll be using my own to test this thing out.
At least he uses his own safety goggles. That's important.
I mean, the thing just turns on when I plug it in.
Yeah, all these seem like coin toss between death and doing nothing. Did someone install one of these into an NES Zapper? I mean,
well, here goes nothing.
yes, I think.
Oh, no.
Oh god, no.
Okay, this is one of the worst ideas I've ever
Oh
seen.
no.
Like, where do I even start?
Ah.
This thing is just a powerful blue laser.
Holy, wait, hold on. Did you guys fucking see that? It burned the styrofoam. Hold up, let's go back.
Start.
You see the smoke? It burned part of the styrofoam. Do you want to fucking put this on your skin? No. Yo, this is so dangerous. I love this.
This thing is just a powerful blue laser diode jammed in a pen-style casing, which honestly isn't even that much different than many of the lasers I've shown.
Oh no.
But using this as a cosmetic device, there are so many issues with that. Let's start with the laser's color. Blue light tends to be strongly absorbed by skin, which means you end up dumping most of the laser's power into healthy skin tissue. This is a big problem, as the whole idea is to not destroy your skin as you target an unwanted blemish like a tattoo. It's not like this thing is weak either. It clearly packs a lot of power. It can easily light matches, as well as burn a bunch of other materials.
No!
So what can this thing do to the skin? Well, can't hurt to try, right? Ow! Heck. Ow! Yeah, that wasn't pleasant at all. I can't imagine how awful it would feel trying to laser off an entire tattoo with
But
something
boy,
like this.
hey, how's it going? We're watching dumb things. Dangerous things.
Worst case scenario? Well,
How do we use
there's a
media
lot of
share?
worst case
Oh, we have the videos posted in our
Believe it or
Discord.
not, the burn hazard is
You know,
not
for
the biggest
screening
concern.
reasons.
As usual,
Hurting
with
yourself
lasers,
is real
the real
science,
risk is
exactly.
instant permanent blindness. In fact,
Is it science? Is it really science if you aren't hurting yourself somehow in the process at least once? Also, at the same time, please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Please. No, safety. Safety is important. It's the NES zapper with the high-powered laser. Post that in the Discord. I want to see it.
Let's test the average
I want to see it.
My laser power meter by Gentech.io.
Ooh.
Okay, so a little under a watt. That puts it in the highest laser danger category there is, which means just looking at the spot on your skin can burn your eyes out without goggles. Speaking of goggles, let's take a look at the goggles that came with the laser.
Yo, what the fuck?
Huh, look at that. They're completely opaque. You can't see anything through them. How are you supposed to operate the laser if you can't see anything? Well, that's the thing. These aren't meant for you. They're meant for your patient. This thing is advertised to treat basically everything.
What section? Media? Yeah, it's under media, sure.
Like acne and freckles.
I...
Pointing this thing at your face is just asking to go blind. And that's ignoring the fact that this thing will likely give horrible scars on your face as well. Oh yeah, one more thing. Why is the laser flashing like that? Well, it turns out that pulse lasers are preferred for a lot of dermatology treatments, as it allows a target to be destroyed faster than the heat produced can diffuse out and damage other tissues. However, there's one problem with that. The listing claims that the laser can do picosecond pulses, which would be an incredible feat for a laser of this size. It turns out, though, that the pulses are a little over 1/10 of a second, which is not only too slow to make much of an effect here, but it also means that the seller's claim is off by a factor of over 100 billion. I'm legitimately
I like how pedantic he
ideas
is.
were jammed into this single device. I mean, this thing's a stain on our species.
I like how
Seriously,
pedantic
though,
he is about
you know
this.
anybody with one of these or something similar? Please tell them to get rid of it immediately. This product is alarmingly popular and has serious potential to cause permanent injury.
That thing's worryingly
There are
cheap.
similar products out there with different names, and some versions use a near IR laser instead of a blue one. These are all likely to be just as awful as the one I tested. To make matters worse, simply looking up info on laser tattoo removal means you'll probably get ads for this terrible device. Or maybe you'll just say in a Facebook message that you regret a tattoo, and next thing you know, the entire internet's trying to sell you one. This is a dangerous side effect of being cyberstalked by massive corporations, because they'd much rather sell you this trash than refer you to a doctor. Now luckily, there's an easy way around this. In fact, I'd like to introduce you to my sponsor, Surfshark. Surfshark's Clean Web service is a great way to get rid of these intrusive ads.
You don't need these, by the way. Skipping ahead.
This is for bypassing throttling. ISPs are notorious for slowing your speeds when you visit stream.
You don't need these again. Forwarding. I'm very serious. You guys don't need a VPN.
My code
I'll leave this on here though.
3 months
to help him out.
The link's in the description below, and there's a 30-day money-back guarantee so you can try it out at no risk to yourself. So yeah, I want to give a big thank you to Surfshark for sponsoring this video. Alright, on to the next one. This system is advertised to do pretty much the same thing as the last laser, except this one's 10 times more expensive and obviously a lot bigger. I've already made an entire video on this ridiculous system in the past, but since this is a video on sketchy DIY medical lasers, I'm obligated to break this thing.
Why are you allowed to purchase
There's a lot more to
these?
this kit than the last one. For one, the laser head here is separate from the power
Oh
supply.
god.
Then you have all this other gear here. You got a foot switch here. You got these tips here that change the laser's output color. You got some actual operator goggles as well as the patient goggles. You got this funnel for adding cooling water, and this treatment cream here. So what's so different about this one compared to the pen laser? They're both supposed to treat the same thing.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Well, pretty much everything.
Ah!
Unlike the last one, which was a diode laser, this is an old-school flash lamp pump laser that uses ND-YAG as the lasing medium. In fact, it's quite similar to the first lasers ever built in that regard. Don't let the old tech fool you, though. This is an absolutely terrifying laser. In fact, it's so powerful that it trashed the sensors on the cameras I used to film it, and that's without even taking a direct hit.
What?
The peak output power here is millions of watts, which is powerful enough to ignite air at the focal point and blow craters in a block of tungsten. For those that watched the original video of mine, you might remember that I blew up the flash lamp while trying to make it stronger. In my defense, I bought the laser used and the lamp was already near end of life. Luckily, it was easy to score a replacement lamp and get the laser back to working order. Of course, it's hard to find words to describe the eye hazard of a laser like this. By far the biggest flaw with this kit is that the goggles sent with it are totally useless for the laser. The fact that you can still see green light coming through them means there's no protection here. Plus, as my camera shows, you don't need to point it directly in your eye for it to cause irreparable damage. In fact, a set of high OD wraparound goggles that actually protect you from the laser will cost nearly as much as the laser itself. On the flip side,
I'm
the
terrified.
marketing is really impressed that a Q-switch JAG laser system with relatively high pulse energy can be bought for $500. I mean, seriously, you'd be hard-pressed to beat that price if you build a similar system on your own. The laser is clearly good at blowing craters into things, but is it any good at the treatments it's advertised for? Well,
Hi. This scares me.
this, but I do think
Hey, Brandon, why did you post this? I'm scared. This entire thing scares me. Why are these on the market? Why can people buy them for $500? Why do people think that this is fine? Oh, okay. There we go. Oopsie daisy. There we go.
A trained operator could use this system to remove some types of tattoos. I mean, the short pulses and wavelength options are similar to what you'd find in some professional systems. Unlike the last laser, this system produces extremely short pulses, on the order of 10 billionths of a second. This allows the laser to obliterate tattoo pigments while leaving the surrounding skin relatively
Oh my god. Oh, it
The
works.
reason it's so cheap is because safety regulations were not taken into account while designing this. This thing is nowhere near an
No
ideal
shit.
system. I mean, the controls are very inaccurate, and sometimes the laser just shoots out random pulses for no reason at all. To top it off, even a professional
What channel do I post the memes? Well,
lots of scarring on whoever
there's that
uses
and
it.
funny content for me.
This system isn't just advertised to remove tattoos. It also claims to be able to
Remove
remove eyebrows and skin blemishes.
Yeah, that would
Eyebrows? In case it isn't obvious, pointing a 1,000,000-watt laser at your face isn't a great idea. But the thing is, this isn't even a good system for removing hair.
Yeah, no, this thing would fucking take out your eyebrows, no doubt. I don't even think it needs to be a feature. We just do it anyway. Oh my god. Scared.
There are lasers that can do that, but they have much longer pulse lengths, which are more ideal for blowing up hair follicles.
Okay.
Aside from the intended purposes for the laser, this thing can pull off some pretty crazy experiments.
Oh, neat.
The power density at the focal point is so high that it'll actually ignite air. Plus, with the frequency doubling tip...
Oh, do you guys see that? There's like a blue spark. Like, what the fuck?
transformed into a scary, powerful green laser.
Like, what the fuck?
And then that can be used to excite organic dyes to the point that they operate as a laser as well.
Oh, God.
Compared to the last kit, this one is certainly more impressive.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
other than the astronomical blinding hazard,
How long is this video? It's very long because it's multiple videos, but oh my god, it scares me.
Alright, what do we have next?
But I like watching educational
this laser plasma
long
thing.
video.
This one is supposed to remove a lot of the same blemishes as the other systems, but this
Oh
one is
my.
by far the cheapest of the bunch at a little over $5. It's also the most mysterious one. No instructions came with the thing, just the device and some needle attachments. I have no clue how I'm supposed to use it. Honestly, this doesn't look like a laser at all.
Why is it called a laser thing? It's just a...
It certainly isn't visible light that it produces.
It's just a pointy thing. What does it do?
Is it even... Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yes, okay,
okay.
that must be activated. Then this has to be the output. Huh.
What's it do?
Ah, heck. What is this thing? I mean, it's definitely not a laser.
What is
There's
it?
no visible output.
Does it vibrate?
Burns or shocks or something. Ow!
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, so it can definitely burn, but the tip itself isn't hot. So it's got to be producing high-frequency electricity to burn like that. Okay, check this out. Since it can light up this neon bulb, this thing's got to be producing relatively high voltage. I mean, these things don't light until you're close to 100 volts or so. Okay, this is really impressive.
Ow!
This is a DC bulb here. And look at that, it lights the whole thing up.
Oh my
You
god.
can do it capacitively straight through the glass. Wow.
You posted a lot of
That is
memes.
really, really cool.
Oh, that's fucking terrifying.
I've played with it a bit more now, and I've noticed that it seems to produce an arc to objects that have a bit of capacitance to them. It's actually kind of fun engraving anodized metals with it when the power's cranked up. Plus, I can use it to draw silly things on an apple.
What is this supposed to be doing? Oh.
Alright, so it's a lot of fun for screwing around with.
But what's it
really used burn
for?
off skin blemishes? Well, the thing is,
And why is it
high voltage,
called-
high-frequency sources do get used in medicine to burn
Why
off
is it
skin
called
blemishes.
this?
They don't exactly look like this, though. The idea itself is pretty cool, though, because at high enough frequencies, the polarity flips faster than nerve cells can be depolarized. This is why it can burn but not shock. Of course, that speaks nothing about the safety of this thing. Now that being said, I do want to try removing a scar just to see how well it works. This scar right here seems to cause me a lot of problems in my social life. Alright, here goes
What?
nothing. Oh, heck. Why do I do this stuff?
Why do you...
Ow!
Stop.
Oh, this sucks.
Stop.
Oh my gosh. Oh, man. It smells so bad.
I think he's just giving him another
I'm
scar.
too impatient to wait and see what this thing turns into. But judging by how that felt, it's gotta make whatever blemish you have much worse. Now there could also be a risk of deep tissue burns here. I'm curious what's actually inside this thing, so I'm gonna tear it apart.
Yeah.
Wow, the FDA and FCC would have a stroke over this.
What the fuck? There's nothing in it. It's just the battery.
What is this, a Slayer Exciter circuit?
Oh, that's terrifying.
This thing feel a lot like the burns my Slayer Exciter gives me. Ow.
Oh my god. There's just nothing in it. What? There's nothing in it. That's so scary.
I'm kidding.
Oh.
Well, I certainly don't recommend this for any sort of medical or cosmetic use, and this thing definitely isn't a laser like the listing said.
Oh god.
However, it still may be useful as a portable high-frequency source for lighting up gas tubes.
I don't like the fact that it could just do that capacitively from the... What is that?
This is a huge surgical laser that came out of a hospital. Now, I'll be honest, it's not totally fair to include this one.
How did he buy this stuff?
For DIY use. Now, that being
He's going to
said,
still do it
is
though,
still a
right?
medical laser I did buy on eBay. Now, like a lot of medical goodies, this one ended up on the surplus market when its licensing expired and newer laser tech became available. Now, I knew this thing was 150 grand, but thanks to eBay, I bought this one for $500.
He bought all of these off eBay.
This thing can do
eBay's some
100 watts
scary
average
stuff.
green light, which makes it by far the brightest laser that I own. The peak output power is many thousands of watts.
Hey, there's an Arduino in there.
Pump and dump, baby.
Why would mean this? You buy this stuff off eBay. Also, it needs a water cooling. I love that.
100 watts of green light is so bright that it's hard to capture on camera. So as a comparison, here I have a 1.6 watt green laser that I threw together recently. Now obviously this thing is extremely bright. I mean, it lights up my entire shop. Now let's take a look at what this looks like compared to the surgical laser. Crazy, right? It makes this thing look like nothing. As expected, this thing can tear through a lot of materials as it was designed for blowing up flesh in a surgical setting. This laser actually has a lot in common with the big tattoo laser. They're both lamp-pumped frequency doubled Nd:YAG lasers, but this one uses an arc lamp instead of a flash lamp. This means the output is more or less continuous. I say more or less because this laser is actually pulsed. It just looks continuous because the rep rate is so high. Believe it or not, that thing is only outputting light about 1% of the time, but it's doing so in pulses that exceed 10,000 watts. The lamp actually stays on the entire time here, but these pulses are generated via Q switching by an acousto-optic modulator. This kills the gain of the cavity for a brief period to allow the YAG crystal to build up energy, and then it restores the gain for a moment to allow the energy.
There's a lot of words in this.
In a powerful pulse of light. These pulses
I trust that he knows what he's talking about. Is that steel wool?
Preferred over CW in many surgical applications involving ablating tissues, but it also makes the conversion step from IR to green much more efficient.
That thing just that wool just set on fire. He lit still wool on fire. Too much Manny. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. Enjoy your complimentary cup of coffee and enjoy this madness that we're in today. How do you even think about buying this kind of stuff? Well, I mean, you just buy it off eBay, honestly. And why would you put it on your skin? Well, this one is a medical laser, so this one was put on your skin, in your body.
In fact, you can hear the pulses when I stick something in the beam. That hum is actually due to the laser pulses inducing vibrations in the material.
The tone is coming from the burning wood.
This
Oh
laser
my
was
god.
not plug and play like the other ones. In fact, the manufacturer put considerable effort to prevent people like me from being able to use it.
Too bad, because he can use it.
Able to stop me, but it wasn't exactly due to genius.
Oh, this music slaps.
The first issues I encountered were probably due to the fact that this thing sat in storage for several years. A water cooling line exploded and soaked the electronics inside the first time I powered it up.
Aw.
I replaced some bad fittings and then let it dry for a while before firing it up again. Surprisingly, it still started up just fine after this, but even so, the onboard computer prevented the system from making any output without being fed service cards. This meant that I needed to either build my own crude lamp supply for the laser, or just find a way to hack the onboard computer. The first option would be painstaking and suboptimal, so the second option was by far preferred. I don't
SC
exactly
Nova
get along with
Infinity,
original
thank you for
electronics, but
bringing in
thankfully,
people.
I knew just who to ask for
Android Love Raid. Oh, hold up. I gotta switch over. Give me a sec. I gotta switch. Give me a sec. I gotta switch my model now since you said it. Hold on. Give me a minute. Which one is the one I'm using? There it is. Hey. It's me. Android Love. Thank you guys for rating. Of course, my name is Alma Hexblade. Usually, I am not often a robot, but when I am, well, when I'm not, let me put it that way, I am actually a baristaist. I cast Cyberpunk. I cast prestidigitation on myself to become an android, obviously. It's very much a secret. We are watching silly things, watching media share stuff. Oh, the Moko Otaku, thank you for following. And SC Nova Infinity also, thank you for following as well. You two enjoy your complimentary drinks and have a good one. Yeah, magic and androids together. I mean, as they say, sufficiently advanced technology sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Am I a witch? Am I an android? I might be both. You don't know. But anyway. Oh, Panda Magic PT, thank you for joining. Thank you. So we're basically watching educational scientific videos on MediaShare. If you want to submit any, feel free to join the Discord if someone would be kind enough to do that. Oh, thank you, me, to post the Discord link. We're doing most of the educational stuff. One, because I don't usually do a lot of memes. And two, I feel like a little bit better when I post, like when I show educational content. Or just nerd stuff that I personally like, because it means, you know, people like nerd stuff. You said it at the time, as you said it. But it indeed ends up in many ways. Oh, Miss Nile said you... Oh, thank you. To post stuff, you were gonna go to the MediaShare channel. But, we're almost done with this video. We were watching a video about an incredibly scary laser that this guy bought off eBay for $500. I was about to make a joke of being able to buy uranium on eBay, and guess what? You can buy uranium. No, you can also buy uranium on, I'm pretty sure you can get uranium on Amazon, I'm pretty sure, as well.
And has even developed a
Don't tell anyone I
board
said
that
that, but
original
you can.
controls.
You totally
I
can.
bought one of these boards from him, and sure enough, it works super well.
It has an
I just had to
Arduino!
solder a few connections, and after that, I had full control over the system. I can adjust a bunch of parameters like lamp current and Q switch rate, as well as monitor the water temperature and pressure. His board plus the surgical laser gives an unbelievably low-cost way of attaining a 100-watt green laser system.
That is such a strange thing to attain so easily.
I've bought from Starlight Photonics for
Yeah,
many
no,
years
it's
and found a lot of cool
scary.
functions
It's a medical laser used for surgery that you can... that this guy bought on eBay for $500.
It's a pretty hard deal to beat.
$500.
Now I could go on for hours and all the weird
This is like his this is Brandon, you said that this was like his hobby?
Takeaway is that none of these gadgets are safe to use on yourself.
Like,
honestly, it's really disturbing
yeah.
on how many of these gadgets get sold in such high volumes to clueless customers. That's not to say I don't see the appeal here, though. I mean, for somebody who's
sort
looking
of,
to get rid of a
okay,
blemish,
yeah.
but they're embarrassed or can't afford treatment, they might look into getting one of these products. And to be fair, there's not much info out there if you're trying to find safety concerns. And to make matters worse, there's probably a lot of fake reviews out there as well. None of these gadgets are safe, but the real loser in this bunch is the Need Cell. This thing is an absolute disgrace.
It scares
if there's any
me.
gadget that should be wiped from
It
sites
so
like Amazon or
scares me.
eBay, it's this one.
That one's
Shame on whoever put this
$50
thing
and
on
it
the
set
market.
things on fire. Are you
Well,
okay
I
with
guess that's
memes?
about all I have for you today. I do want to thank Surfshark
I think there's a thing for yeah.
so be sure to check out the link in the
There's a section for funny content.
yeah, until next
I just usually don't do it on media share stuff because I know people like doing memes on media share, but I'm just a little bit more I have a weird security concern with it, and I just don't worry. And I just don't, you know what I mean? What's your hobby? I like buying medical lasers off of eBay. Okay, let's see here. What is next? What terrible, terrifying thing we can find next on here? Oh, right, there's the one thing. So you guys want to see cringe? We got cringe. He builds them to... Oh my god, don't tell me. Don't give me a heart attack. You're already giving me more of a heart attack. The Verge video? Yeah, we're watching that one Verge video. I hope y'all are ready for this. It's the one that everyone has, like, riffed on, but I have not personally seen it. So I want to see what it is. I want to see this uncut. I want to see this uncut raw. See how bad it is in Scream. Allow me to submit something. Go ahead. What the T-Rex really sounded like. Oh man. Yeah, we're watching that Verge video. Again, I have never seen it. I've seen people react to it, but I've never seen it myself. So we're gonna do that. There's a re-upload of it, so let's fucking go.
A few years ago, TC, or Managing Editor, built a gaming desktop, but it's kind of out of date, and it's definitely not going to hold up for Battlefield 5. So, let's build a new one. You can build a gaming desktop for around $1,000.
I hate that this is a lot of people's first exposure to Verge because they do a lot of good... Yeah, no, I usually like the Verge's reporting, especially for tech stuff. And bail, but Singularity streams... Oh no! Have a good night! Enjoy your... Enjoy your own Singularity. Hope to see you again in another timeline.
But I want to go all out, so I spent around $2,000. PC like this is going to be able to play
You don't
most
need to
games
go
at ultra settings.
$2,000.
So, what do you need to build a desktop? Well, of course, first you need a table.
Hold on.
Preferably not metal.
I'm just gonna lower this so I talk over him because it's gonna make me scream.
A thermal paste applicator, an Allen wrench.
The fuck is that? It's just a spatula. You don't need a thermal paste applicator. Allen wrench?
Tight up the wires.
Did he fucking say tweezers? Nova's such a good girl. Wait, hold on. Did he just say fucking tweezers and pulled and those are zip? Hold on, wait. I need to do this again.
Allen wrench, some tweezers to tighten up the wires.
Tweezers?
Hopefully has a Phillips head screwdriver.
That's a zip. Those are zip ties.
An anti-static bracelet, which is to protect you and the parts. These are the parts you're gonna need, but
what? Anti-static wristband. It's just like a plastic Livestrong bracelet, homie.
More importantly, before
that needs to be attached to something, like, I don't know, an outlet, like ground. I lost it at the bracelet. Yeah, I lost it almost a little bit at the tweezers.
A base of calculations that control everything the computer does. The motherboard is like the foundation.
I'm fucking dying.
Structure for all of the parts to be added to.
I mean, at least he's right for this.
With one another, which also makes it kind of like a nervous system. Graphics cards are responsible for rendering and processing visuals into what you see on screen.
I'm so glad he couldn't possibly fuck this up.
In that it adjusts and provides the right amount of energy to keep it running. Last but not least, RAM, or random access memory, and your hard drive are good examples of short-term and long-term memory, respectively. If you want to better understand what kind of computer to build, then first...
Sorry for the auto mod. I'm gonna let that slide because I don't know why that just banned you. Let me just put them on my I love boobies bracelet before I... Like, what? Like, I'm glad you're here correcting this. No, I'm gonna fucking roast this man. Don't worry. I hope someday we get the behind the scenes. I don't think we are with the controversy that was surrounding it.
First figure out what you want to use it for. A gamer might care more about a graphics card than, say, a video editor who might want extra RAM to assist with editing large...
That's also incorrect, because you need more... Honestly, you kind of need all of these being really fucking good no matter what you're doing. Maybe the graphics card, not much so. It depends on the footage. All this really depends. This is too generalized.
Files. If you're building a budget build for video streaming, say under $1,000, you want to focus on parts like a Core i5 or Core i3 processor that require less energy. They'll be less powerful, but then you'll be able to scale back the cost of several other parts. And if you need help choosing the right parts for your build, there's sites like PCPartPicker.com that help show presets for which parts fit together, which sort of part conflicts you might have, and where to find deals on new parts.
At least he said PC Part Picker because that's actually a good site. At least he references a website that people actually know how to build PCs for.
We have a lot of boxes.
I'm gonna shoot myself. I'm gonna die. I can't.
Isolate the parts that you really need, place items into the case.
What the fuck are you doing? Is this video supposed to be bad? Yes, it's horrendous. What the fuck are you What the fuck are you doing? Why are you putting the power supply in now? You haven't even put it... Was it unintentional? No, it was just her... Oh, is it supposed to be bad? It was unintentionally bad. They were actually trying to give advice, and it came out really bad because they gave terrible fucking advice. Also, why the fuck are you putting the power supply in? You didn't even take out the stuff from the case. The motherboard's not even properly in it. What the shit? Okay.
And make sure that they all fit, and then start working. And now we're really gonna start building.
Oh, wait, what the fuck? So they done fucked up? Yeah. They were full-heartedly serious when they posted this. Hold on, I saw something and it made me, like, lose it.
They all fit, and then start working.
Why is he putting the cooler in before the actual motherboard and everything? What the fuck is this?
And now we're really gonna start building.
He apparently said he was, like, making sure all the parts fit beforehand, and I'm like, you can just use, like, the case, like, do your fucking research, and you know if it fits in the case or not.
By adding the motherboard in. Some notes about installing motherboards: they're really delicate, you should be really careful with them, and screw in with confidence, but also don't screw in too hard, otherwise you could crack the board.
Okay, that's kind of right. That's right. That's thankfully fucking right. Tell me you've never built a PC before without... this hurt. All this fucking hurts, man. This hurts.
I chose
Hurts to watch.
Z370 motherboard for two main reasons.
Sure.
One, it has built-in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, and also it has support for NVMe SSDs.
Okay.
Really fast SSDs that are really easy to install.
He's doing it better, faster before I am, so I...
The brace that goes
He actually put in the I/O shield, so you know what? I'm gonna give him points for that.
at the back of the computer. You always have to make sure that you really hammer it in, because...
Wait, why the whole... No, 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 no. No, no, don't do this. Don't do this. You see, you understand why this is a bad idea, right, guys? He just kind of put the motherboard in there, just kind of loose. He calls the I/O shield a brick. I didn't even catch that. Like, it's not on the standoffs. Don't do this. Why are you putting it here? I know nothing about computers and it looks so run. Okay, so let me explain why this is bad. See these little black pieces right here? These are standoffs. They're meant to space out the space the motherboard from the case, because, you know, the case is metal, the back of the motherboard is electrically conductive, so if you scratch something on there, you could really fuck up the board really bad. You could fuck up the board badly. This idiot, this guy, has it just kind of loose in here and not screwed in order just to put this plate on the back first. Like, you don't need this here right now in order to install this. Just take this out, put it in a safer location before you install it. Why is it just here loose? Because one of these standoffs could scratch the underside of this board and you could fuck it up. I'm not saying, like, super hard, but, like, if you're that careless with it, you're gonna fuck it up.
Because there's no screw, it really just has to go outside of the case and clasp onto the frame.
See what I mean? Now he puts it on in the actual right way, which is, yeah.
And this is very important, because otherwise, you can't align the motherboard correctly with the holes. We're just going to start installing all 8 screws.
There's 9 screws. There's 9 screws.
On the motherboard. I chose Corsair's 16GB Vengeance LED RAM for two main reasons.
Cool.
One, it has LEDs, and we do like lights in our gaming desktops.
Ooh.
Secondly, it's pretty fast RAM. It's 2,660.
That's not fast! What year was this? 2018. That's not fast.
Megahertz, I believe. So it's pretty fast, and this motherboard supports that speed, which is most important.
That's actually dog shit.
Open the slots first, and just aligning
it's not fast. It's dog shit.
And just lining that up with the logo.
Hey, I would just like to mention something also. The CPU is not installed yet in this motherboard. It's not. Why? It's the most expensive and critical piece. You should probably put it in before you put everything else in.
So once you hear that solid clasp and you don't
CPU? Yeah, it's not even there. Is that even the right slots for that board? We'll see how he puts it in the second way, and I will judge him.
To install the hard drive, or in this case,
oh, you'll see.
NVMe SSD. I chose this format of solid-state drive so that I could input it into the motherboard without having to worry about extra wires or putting it in a separate part of the case. And just
Hey, what about the fact... Who even okayed this video? I have no idea. Also, as a side note, oh, he's just putting it in so it doesn't interfere with the rest of the other parts. Hey, why don't you just put all that shit not in the case? You put all this shit not in the case first.
It's getting really messy. This is from Kingston, and it's for
Kingston. Sorry.
So it's not a lot, but you can always upgrade this and swap it out, and it's only held down by one screw and the latch, so it's really simple and really straightforward. Speed for gaming is important when it comes to a hard drive. You want files to write quickly, and you want games to load quickly, so that's why it's best if you use an SSD.
Sure.
Okay,
I mean,
so
he's
step
right.
4, we're going to install the graphics card. I chose PNY's GTX 1080, which is
The CPU's not even in the machine. Hello? The most important part, you know, the thing that makes everything fucking work? It's not installed. That's how big a graphics card is. Yo, you don't even know how the size of mine. It's huge. Like, it's actually girthy. Why do I say it like that? Yo. Graphics cards are huge and heavy, and they're fucking girth. So big. Girth. No, like, seriously. Because some of them go up to, like, 200 millimeters long. They're huge. And thick. And mostly metal. In my defense, I have a pre-built, and I haven't opened it in 3 years. Please clean it. Imagine if this was based on a 2021 build. Yeah, get your GPU. Oh, no, there is no GPU. Fuck. Okay, we gotta keep going. We're only halfway done, and I'm so heated. I don't even know how. Open it and spray all dust out with maybe the aerosol air cleaner. You know, the compressed air things. Just spray the dust out, please.
Pretty easy installation. You're just going to find the gold connectors, and you're going to line this
Use canned air, yeah.
back end bracket.
Oh, wait, no, you're right. Hold on, Brandon, I forgot. You were right about something. Did he install the slots correctly? No, he didn't! No, he didn't. He did not install those correctly.
And so it's a pretty easy installation. You're just going to
I just need to find the right spawn. There it is. Okay, yeah, no, he installed this incorrectly. So, what you're supposed to do, how the motherboard is set up, is that the alternating slots work together in tandem. It's called dual channel. And yeah, it even tells you in the manual, so there's not an excuse for this fuckery. You're supposed to put these in alternating slots. If he does this, the RAM operates in what's called single channel, which is significantly slower. So you're actually losing performance if you do this. And that's on him. And again, it's in the manual.
And you're going to line this bracket with the back end bracket of your PC case.
I'm gonna die. Why do you...
Depends entirely on what other parts you're going to put in the system.
No! You put it in the first one. It's in the... You can tell he never read the manual in doing all of this. The manual for the motherboard tells you how to fucking do it, too. Like...
I'm just going to pick the top one because the SSD is at the bottom and I don't want to cover it. I just think...
No, you can cover it. It's an SSD. It's flat. Who gives a shit? Also, again, back to the motherboard thing. The slots are labeled for what you need them, like what speed they run at. Because it's always the top one, the top two usually run the fastest. And then everything else runs at a slower speed. If you put your graphics card in a lower slot, you might be losing out on performance. And if you're doing this for with a 1080, which is like one of the highest graphics cards of that time period when this video came out, you put it in the top slot.
I think it looks nice.
Who give
down. Take your
facts.
remaining brackets.
Take her.
Just put them in the
I don't.
you haven't used.
That.
You don't have to screw these in.
He's right.
They get bolted down by the back end bracket.
That's not how you most cases do it. This is a weird fucky one, but okay.
And your GPU's installed. Power supply time. I chose Corsair's 851.
Is he ever putting in the CPU? Is this a joke to me? Like what the fuck's going on?
Watt power supply because I need enough headroom for ray tracing, and I don't have to upgrade it again. So all you have to do is take.
He's almost kind of right with the power supply. Long story short, for those, you don't need a high amount. You need the amount that's required by your system, which depends on your configuration. And I would buy a trusted brand that is known for a very good component reputation, like Corsair. Good choice. I've actually been running a Corsair power supply in my computer for over a decade, and it has not fucked with me yet. So, spending more money, getting a better brand is very important, and that's why you need it. And that's why you need a good power supply instead of getting like a weird cheapo one or a gigabyte one.
Take the brick and
take the brick.
Make sure that you align it with these little insulating
Take the brick.
So the power supply doesn't short circuit and come into contact with the rest of the system.
And get 80 plus gold or higher so you have good efficiency so you save on your power bill. I was gonna say yes. Efficiencies go well. It's a We'll explain the 80 plus ratings later, but
so just take it in,
what you said is also correct.
Nice and easy until you have a snug fit,
and
then shift it to the back and make sure it's right.
I'm in pain.
Now you just take the required screws.
I'm in pain.
So next step, we're going to install the CPU cooler. In this case, it's going to go on the top end of the case.
Huh?
We're just going to have the hose hang out for a little.
Why do you install the CPU cooler before you install the CPU? It's not even in the build yet. Just put the fucker in. What the I was scared at first, but after she was still going well, so it's yeah. I mean, again, power supplies are supposed to last a very long time if you buy if you buy the part yourself and get a really good one. And also you have to keep in mind that a good power supply is good for your rest of the system, because if your power supply goes out because it was bad, it could damage other components because everything's connected to it, because everything needs power. So if it goes, it might take other stuff with it, which is very dangerous. Obviously very dangerous and very not nice. Cost efficient? It's not good.
Until we install the processor, which is going to come a little later. Always be sure to.
Why is the processor coming another bit later?
Install it, because you can see it takes up a lot of space. But in this case, no pun intended, it fits in perfectly, and we're going to start screwing
Well, better.
So there's nothing special about this screwing in process. They're just really long screws because they go through the entire frame of the cooler, and they take forever. So next up, cables.
Where's the fans? I just realized, where's the fans? They're really long because they go through the entire thing. No, because they go through the case fans too. Where the fuck are the fans? Are they inside? They better be.
The power supply is going to come with a big bag of Velcro cables. It's kind of daunting at first, so you always have to find the ones that are going to fit. In this case, you need to match those cables with the correct descriptions on the power supply.
He's right.
Next step is we're connecting the power supply to the motherboard with a 24-pin cable. We're just matching that cable from the motherboard, threading it through the back, and attaching the 24-pin header to the power supply so that we can have one of the connections complete. The next...
these are usually helpful when you put the cables in first and then plug it into the power supply so you don't snake your hand into the weird-ass compartment that is the PSU shroud.
Few additions will be for the GPU, for any specific ports that the case has, for any lighting that the case has, the CPU cooler, anything else really. We're installing the CPU.
Oh, thank God, finally!
Of the computer or the brain, depending on how you look at it.
Hold the fuck up. Hey, I just realized that thing's just this thing's hanging out, and it has, you can see there, it has pre-applied thermal paste on it. There's supposed to be a protective plastic shroud on this thing to make sure that you don't do this and not spread the thermal paste all over your body and the case and everything else, because it is electrically conductive. What? Why? Why?
Remove the plastic covering.
No! Don't do what he's doing. Literally do not do what he's doing. Please, God, don't.
Put on the motherboard.
Because here's the thing with the plastic cover. The plastic cover is to make sure you don't get any dirt or any gross shit on the many incredibly small pins that are under there. Because if one of those pins goes, you either killed the motherboard or the processor's not going to work as fine, and then you kill the processor and the motherboard. What that safety thing is supposed to be doing is that you lift it up, you lift the latch up to open up the area for the CPU, put the CPU in, close it, and the top thing will pop out, and you're supposed to keep it.
We're just gonna take this little plastic part out.
Don't
just toss that out of here.
No. No. You are supposed to keep that piece. Why? In the case that you fuck up the computer, if you fuck up the motherboard installation, they will ask to have it. They will ask to ship it back. The toss is I hate the toss. I hate the toss so much. Because the thing is that okay, let me go back and explain why the toss and saying that you don't need it is stupid. Okay, so let's say you're in a situation where the motherboard's gone bad and you need it returned, right? So what the company usually does is, okay, you can send it back to us, but please, like that, you need to put in you need to actually put that plastic like cover back on to ensure that when you ship it out, the pins don't get damaged in shipping, so the motherboard manufacturer can determine your warranty status and shit. It's for safety. You're supposed to keep that. Some motherboards don't have it anymore. Intel ones do, because it's very sensitive down there.
And now we have an exposed CPU holder, or rather slot, on the motherboard.
Don't spit into
it. CPU applicator. This is a special little part that not everyone may get, but this motherboard that we got from ASUS
the fuck is
definitely does have. It's called a CPU installation tool.
The fuck is that?
Useful if you want to install a Core i7 hexa-core CPU.
Eh?
We've got one, and it's an 8th generation chip, and it's ready to go, and it supports overclocking. So
you're not gonna overclock this thing.
What the installer does for you is it's basically a brace that you can apply.
I have no fucking clue what this is.
With the triangles that you'll see on the bottom left corners, and this will make it easier for us to apply it to the motherboard, and then apply thermal paste, and then apply a CPU cooler on top. And we're just gonna carefully lean it down into the system and make sure that everything lines up, and we're gonna clasp down on it, and we'll be good to go.
What is overclocking? Overclocking is a process in which, okay, so let's think of a metaphor. Okay, let's think of the CPU. Let's say the CPU is like an athlete, right? So like an athlete, like a professional athlete. So you know how much he can perform. Let's say he's a runner. You know how much he can run. You know how fast he can run, right? But he might not be running as efficiently, but he's running at a speed that he is comfortable at. And that's what the manufacturers list as the speed for the CPU. Like, oh, no, this one can handle whatever speed at this certain frequency, when you give it this much power. Now, overclocking, what it does is that in addition to giving the CPU slightly more power, it has the possibility of reaching even higher speeds if you give it more if you give it more power. Obviously, that generates more heat, which is, why you need a better cooling solution. That seems dangerous. This is sorta. It's dangerous. It used to be dangerous because you were messing with giving the processor more energy or more electricity than it's technically supposed to handle, and you could damage it if you go too hard with it. But there are lots more safeguards nowadays to make sure that you do it in a safe method, and so you don't destroy your CPU. However, overclocking is still considered it's still considered like it will still void your warranty when you do it, because technically it is a modification that the manufacturer does not recommend you to do. Because again, you're running it at specs that it's not designed to, and depending on the chip, sometimes it can handle it very well, and these things can overclock fantastically. But some of them just can't, and that's just kind of a result of the imperfect process in which the computer chips are made by. I think that was the best explanation I can give. Yeah, chips these days have models specifically for overclocking. Maybe they have like a better heat tolerance or something like that, but CPU overclocking is definitely meant for people who want to get the most bang out of their buck for their computers, or people who just want to get more performance out of parts that they already have.
So we're about to apply thermal paste to the CPU. Every CPU cooler actually comes with a bit of thermal paste.
No, it doesn't.
Neatly applied in a
Yeah.
circle around it, but it's usually not enough.
Yeah.
It's good, essentially PC building practice to have a little bit extra.
He's right in part of it. It's good to have extra thermal paste in the case that you actually need to take it off and apply it. But the provided thermal paste is perfectly fine. There's a reason why it's on there. Oh, this may okay.
Layer it on top of the CPU. The final
The fuck is this? What is this?
portion is to add the CPU cooler
He added too much thermal paste.
to the top end.
So the reason why I'm complaining about something that looks so like minimal of a problem is, okay, so it's not going to be covered in a layer of goop, right? You need to basically, when that CPU cooler gets attached on there, there's going to be a lot of pressure applied to it and the CPU, meaning that the paste is going to be spread very, 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 very thinly. And that's optimal because you need, because the thermal paste is supposed to be it's supposed to be good for heat transfer. And putting more of it will just hinder the heat transference from the CPU to the cooler. So adding too much is bad. And also as a side note, it is, as I said, electrically conductive. So if some of that leaks out because you put too much into it and it damages the insides, you can fuck up the motherboard and you can damage the components there, and cleaning that up is a pain in the ass. This is way too much. You usually just add either like a grain of rice size or a pea size thing of thermal paste.
Portion is to add the CPU cooler to the top end of the processor. So you're going to see that there are 4 brackets, or rather like screws in here with brackets and holders right here. And they're going to keep the cooler raised off the processor, but it's also going to be close enough to actually physically come in contact with it, like basically keep it cool. Take
Yes.
like this and just screw the
Also, why is this fan here? When did this get here? Why is this here?
So now that our internals are done, we're going to put all the panels back on.
The internals are not done. This is not very what's the word? This is not very thorough. Because there's a lot of cables that he's straight up missing right now.
Side glass, front glass, and of course the back panel where all this fun stuff is happening. So we fully built the PC.
That thing would not have turned on. So the parts that he was missing is 1, connecting the fans into the motherboard. 2, connecting the front I/O, front input output, so the power button, the audio jack that's usually in the front, USB, the reset button into the motherboard. So if you pressed it on, it would not have turned on at all because none of those cables are connected.
Everything's put together.
By the way, you should probably put that in. You should probably use the Wi-Fi antenna that came installed and install that. That'd be great.
And we got to the post screen. So what's next? Well,
he also didn't put in a PC speaker. PC speakers are out of date nowadays. He didn't plug this part in during the installation.
Well, you need a USB flash drive with your Windows installation.
Flash drive.
And of course, a license key. So I plugged that up, installed Windows in a couple of minutes.
I have one anyway. Yeah, fair.
Drivers, And now we have a fully functioning gaming PC.
Oh my god, I can still tell. The RAM is still in the wrong spots on in this shot. Oh, and hey, look, he installed the Wi-Fi antenna. Thank God.
Ready to run some games. Right now I've got Arma 3 running at maximum settings, native resolution, which is 1080p HD. And it's running pretty smoothly. Like, I'm averaging 70 and 80 FPS, and this is normally like a very intensive game to run.
Oh neat, Premiere's come to movie theaters? Good. I want to hear the beep, it pleases me. You know what, you're right, fair.
I'm actually playing against a bot, and I'm distracted, so I'm not actually doing so well. But otherwise, like, this is pretty much what you would see me do on a gaming computer.
I could get 120 FPS on any computer. Cable management, what is that? Yeah, there's no cable management in this at all.
Test stuff out.
Also, I also wanted to mention, this guy does not have a single... What's the fuck is it called? He doesn't have a, There's no hard drive in... There's, like, no hard drive in it. I mean, yes, there's the SSD, but, like, what? Plays League with overclocked CPU, the fuck? Yeah, you don't fucking need it. League plays on a toaster.
And hopefully have really high frame rates like I am right now. I'm averaging 120 FPS, and that's only because I've actually locked the game to that frame rate, because I can get around 300 FPS playing League on maximum settings, which is a little bit absurd, and you don't really need that, so I've locked it. Building a gaming desktop has been
League plays on a toaster. It doesn't matter.
Play a lot of upcoming titles like Battlefield 5 and Cyberpunk 2077.
He won't be able to play either of those games.
When ray tracing GPUs come out, for example, I'll be able to upgrade without having to buy a
Did he not say he was trying to play Battlefield 5 at the beginning of the video? Well, no, he said he was like, it was for, it doesn't even have an item on the, wait, he didn't have an item on the character? Jesus Christ. League is the new Can It Run Doom. Nah, Doom is still the Can It Run Doom. Can It Run Rocket League is usually a good one.
If I have a problem down the line, I can always just swap out a part and have it serviced rather than losing my whole computer. And of course now we also have a computer to test and benchmark games here at The Verge.
You can't install it. Like, all this hurts. The RAM's still in the wrong spots.
Thanks for watching. Let me know if you've built...
I wanna die. I hated watching that. Okay, but can it run Crysis? Probably it can't run Veil. Capital One paid... I feel bad for the sponsor. I feel bad for the sponsor. Like, holy shit. Oh, now I need to go... Now I feel like I should talk about building... Oh, hey, there's a supercut of the reactions for this. You guys want to watch this? You guys want to watch the reactions? Okay, there's two of them. There's two videos. There's one from Gamers Nexus about The Verge abusing the copyright claim system to take down the videos or take down criticism of it, or this 20-minute fucking supercut. Let's watch. Actually, no, yeah, let's watch the supercut. Let's watch the supercut reaction video.
That a lot of people been sharing in my Discord.
I kept getting notifications over and over and over to review this thing before it gets taken down.
On September the 13th of this year, The Verge published a video on YouTube.
This is a notoriously bad video, apparently. I haven't watched it yet.
Apparently it was like a total fucking shit show.
How we built $2,000 gaming PC. But I've been told that it's extremely bad, and it's full of things that you just shouldn't do
it's
when
cringe.
building a gaming PC.
At first, I admit, I thought it was satire.
So a few years ago, TC, or managing editor...
Hi, Stefan. You probably shouldn't have included your Twitter handle here, because I imagine you're just going to get absolutely flamed from the internet.
He in fact did.
...a gaming desktop for around $1,000.
Which is true.
Well, yeah, you can build a gaming desktop for around $1,000, or
$350,
or $250, or $200, or $175, or $150, or sometimes even $100. But yeah, sure, $1,000.
I want to go all out, so I spent around $2,000.
2,000 is a decent chunk of change for a gaming PC.
So, what do you need to build a desktop? Well, of course...
I want to know what that guy Stefan even went through after us. I feel like we shouldn't look it up because I feel bad for him in this case.
So, what do you need to
like, it would not be good.
Well, of course,
oh, yikes. This man is yikes.
First, you need a table.
I love Lyle.
Preferably not...
you need a table to build a PC. I thought you could build it in mid-air.
To be fair, you don't even need a table to build a PC. He's actually wrong on that. I've built every single computer I've built on either carpet or bare floor, just sitting there on the ground. I am not lying. Or that 4chan meme PC, that's like $60. Well, there's also, LTT did a video on a $69 gaming PC, so, I mean, yeah. Build a PC in 0G, I'd want to.
Step 2, you better have 2 hands, and they better have 10 digits.
Like, that's just common sense. You're gonna need a working surface area to build a computer. That's just... Why even say
Wouldn't carpet be bad for static? Yes. Don't worry about it. Yes, but also, if you take the proper precautions, it's not. Such as an anti-static wristband.
Have an anti-static working surface layered on top of it, a thermal paste applicator, and
What? A thermal paste applicator? What the heck is that?
It's just
Does anybody ever actually use a thermal paste applicator?
an Allen wrench.
I also just realized,
Why is he recommending an
takes you 20 hours to build it, 19 hours of chasing the tiny pieces floating away. Oh, man.
wrench?
I have never used an Allen wrench to build a computer.
All this stuff has made me angry enough to want to make video content on how to actually not be garbage at building a PC.
Hold on, did he just say tweezers? Those are zip ties.
How in God's name is my English better than his?
This is not turning out good already.
A Swiss Army knife, which hopefully has a Phillips head screwdriver in it.
A Swiss Army knife that hopefully
I just realized I did not use any of it.
has a Phillips head screwdriver in it.
He did not use... Oh, yeah! You're actually right! He didn't use any of these tools! Okay, the Allen wrench, I have no idea where he got the Allen wrench. I don't know what that's actually for. This, you don't need this, and he doesn't use it. He never uses these. He never uses the screwdriver. He never uses this. He actually gets another screwdriver anyway. He doesn't use any of these tools. It kind of... You know what this reminds me of, actually? This reminds me of that one SpongeBob scene where he's stuck indoors and shows all his friends, and this is what it kind of looks like. Looks kind of like this.
No.
He put the table together with the Allen wrench.
Before you start to build.
This is a sponsored video.
Your office with so many dozen PCs and so many dozen tech employees not have one of these.
And last but not least, an anti-static bracelet, which is to protect you
Okay, that's true.
and the parts. These are the parts you're going to need, but more importantly, before we...
That's honest. That was honestly my face too. It's just like, wait.
That's not an anti-static bracelet at all. There's no ground wire coming off of it. He's not connected to anything. That looks like the bracelet I'm wearing.
What? It's not a wireless wristband. That's a Riv Strong bracelet. He's not fighting static. He's fighting cancer.
That's not gonna work at all.
I love Lyle.
Don't listen to this person. This is
Lyle's
really
such a
bad
good
so
content
far.
creator. Or Kyle's such a good content creator.
So it's best you unbox them, isolate the parts that you really need. So it's best you unbox them, isolate the parts that you...
Why did he just...
I actually didn't notice this part. Don't fucking unbox everything. Unbox the parts you need as you go along, because you're going to... Why would you, you know? Why would you risk just, like, putting everything that's sensitive just out on the open? Just keep them in the box until you need them.
Destroy the box. Dude, you have a knife right there, man.
Plus, you can use, yeah, correct. You can use the motherboard box as an anti-static surface. Very true.
Scroll in with confidence. I like his style.
Oh, at least he put the posts in. He didn't tell... It's a tutorial. They didn't tell you to put the posts in. But luckily, he already did it, and you just have to figure it out on your own.
I chose Asus Z37
Asus?
for two main reasons. One, it has built-in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, and also it has...
Yes, you should also keep the box too, you know, in case you need to sell it. Correct.
And also it has support for NVMe SSDs, meaning you can get really...
Okay, I want to stop it there because why is he installing the motherboard straight into the chassis? I'd install as much as I physically could onto the motherboard first. So you're talking the processor...
Because it's easier to get to.
It's cooler if it will allow it. Obviously, if you're using an AIO, it's a different story, or custom loop. But if it's an air cooler, you can bolt that on there. M.2 drive, so that could be SATA or NVMe, and memory as well. So basically try and build as much as you can onto the motherboard, so when you do transfer it to the case, it's just generally easier.
Attention to the brace that goes at the brace that the brace that goes the brace that the brace
The brace.
brace that goes at the
The
back of the
brace?
computer.
Oh my.
Did he seriously just call an I/O shield plate a brace?
You always have to make sure that you really hammer it in because there's no screw.
Do not hammer it in. Please do not hammer it. Why did he say hammer it in?
Secondly, it's
The
a pretty fast
brace.
RAM. It's 2,666 megahertz.
I like how when he says it, and everyone just, and all the commentators are laughing, like, it's dog shit, dude.
That's not that fast for DDR4 memory. That is very, very slow. 2666 is not that fast.
Fun fact, the default slowest speed for DDR4 is 2133. So, dog shit.
I can run at 3200 megahertz. That would be classified as really fast on DDR3, but for DDR4, not so much.
Okay, I don't know why he's opening all 4 DIMM slots. He only has 2 sticks of RAM. He's putting this in wrong. Already. There's the little notch right there, and there is the whole...
Oh my god, I didn't notice he put the RAM in the wrong way! No!
Oh, you can tell right now this is not lined up. He's already putting it in upside down. He's not going to be able to snap this in.
And he's lining that up.
Some of the stuff I didn't even catch.
Once you hear that,
They cut away because he was putting it in wrong.
so once you hear that solid clasp, and
What's the average DDR? Okay, so, there's not really an average, because, like, average for modern gaming rigs. The highly recommended standard is about anything like, yeah, what Brandon said, like about 3,000, 3,200, anything above that is pretty standard for good gaming rigs. The minimum I said before, 2133, is the bare minimum compatibility for like DDR4. Like if it can't run at any speed, it has to run at 2133. Or else the entire stick is just totally screwed. It's anti-immunity.
You mean click? It's not a class. Now he's in slot 4. Who edited this?
I mean, I tell you, I'm definitely editing my video down so I don't sound stupid.
Step 3, we're going to install.
Hold on. What is that?
Hold up.
What is this right
Oh,
here?
I didn't even notice this.
He installed the memory incorrect. Oh no, he installed the memory wrong. They side by side. They should be spaced out for that motherboard. I look at the manual. That's the wrong way. So rip dual channel support on his motherboard if he's going to run his RAM like that.
That's only going to read 8 gigs. That's not going to read 16 because one of them's installed incorrectly.
Speaking of the memory, I wish I could erase this one.
But you can always upgrade this and swap it out, and it's only held down by one screw and the latch, so it's really simple.
Wait, and
So
latch?
he mentions it's only held down by a screw and a latch, but then looking at it, he hasn't actually put the standoff, and it looks like he's screwing the NVMe drive directly onto the motherboard.
I didn't notice that.
Generally,
I didn't notice that.
Oh my! Tiny little standoff and a little screw that just kind of brings up the NVMe
this
drive
hurts.
so that it's in line. He's screwing it down.
This all
into the motherboard.
hurts.
Oh. Is this computer even going to work?
Now, which lane you choose depends entirely on what other parts you're going to put in the system. I'm just going to pick the top one.
Absolutely wrong. He's absolutely wrong there. Obviously, you pick the top one because that one has the most bandwidth.
I'm just going to pick the top one because the SSD is at the bottom and I don't want to cover it. I just think it looks nice.
I just realized he thought he put it in he put it in a different slot because of cosmetics. Dude, who gives a shit? No one's gonna see it.
Sure that you align it with these little insulating pads. So
They're not insulating pads, they're anti-vibration pads. What are you insulating against?
so the power supply doesn't short circuit and come into contact with the rest of the system.
What?
So
Whoa! Hold the phone.
No, it's got a window.
You are actually an idiot.
Go in. I've had enough.
I like how people are already out.
So we have a 120 volt outlet, and then we have our power supply. Oh no, 120 volts, I'm touching the case. There's 120 volts going through my body right now. But what happens if we take that nice little thing? Nothing. Because if we go into continuity, it's grounded. It's almost as if the people developing electrical standards knew what the heck they were doing.
It's a good thing he has what would Jesus do bracelet on, or he'd be really screwed.
So just take it in, slide it in nice and easy until
What?
you have a snug fit. and then shift it to the back and make sure it's right up against the front.
Oh, it's got a window.
Oh my
like,
god, he's putting the fan towards the back of the case.
I keep not noticing this shit because I'm more thinking about the process, but like, oh my god, you're right. Okay, the reason why this is bad before they explain it is that, you know, the CPU obviously gets hot from managing all the electricity, so it has a fan in it. That fan should definitely not be impeded by anything as best as you can when you build a PC, because that will lead to the death of that PSU faster. So give it some air. Should be installed the other way.
He's gonna suffocate airflow on it. Oh no.
If you want this PC to actually last and not burn itself the fuck up,
this is potentially a fire hazard.
You should never do that. Never,
I'm glad that they're also saying that this is a fire hazard.
What the case is designed for,
because holy
the
shit.
should be phasing outward, or the fan should be phasing outward so it could pull air in.
This guy's gonna be replacing the power supply in a few months, and he's gonna be like, holy crap, why is this thing dead already?
Always be sure to try to play.
Hold on. I could see through this.
I can see the cable through the fins of the radiator. He does not have fans on that.
Hold up.
Why are there no fans on the radiator? So he's just gonna fry his CPU too.
He also doesn't have the plastic cover on this. That has thermal paste on it. If that thing happens to tilt or anything else, he's just gonna smear thermal paste everywhere.
Everyone's just saying what I was
Something
saying.
special about this screwing in process. They're just really long screws.
Oh look, he actually used the
And they take forever.
the
Why
thing.
they're really long screws is because you're supposed to put the fans on and then screw the fans on with those screws. That's why they're long.
Because the fans are this thick, and the screws go through the fans into the radiator to mount them to the radiator.
He should use the small one. He going to drill holes into the heatsink of the radiator.
And that fluid's gonna go everywhere.
Okay, he's probably broken his all-in-one.
I love how they were like, he broke this.
Every power supply is going to come with a big bag of Velcro cables.
Okay, every power supply is going to come with a big bag of cables.
No.
Not every power supply, because not every power supply is modular. You have modular power supplies, semi-modular, and then just normal straight cables. So that's a bit of a misleading statement.
Typically, you want to put the cables in the power supply first. Some cases, very difficult to put it in after the fact.
Oh dear. Considering you've fucked up everything so far, I have no faith in you putting the CPU properly in its socket.
Why the hell is the CPU not installed at this point?
A Core i7 hexa-core CPU. Yeah, we've got one, and it's an 8th generation chip.
Yeah,
and
we got one. Super exclusive. You can only buy it on every major retailer in the world.
And it supports overclocking. So what
I swear to God, you better not overclock it.
Does is it's gonna take this little plastic part out. Just toss that out of here.
No, don't do that. No, you need that.
What the heck did he just do? He goes like, Last Jedi level.
Motherboard manufacturers actually require you to have that but plastic cover for the socket, the CPU socket, if you plan on RMAing that motherboard. If there's a problem with it and you plan on sending it back to the manufacturer to get fixed, they need that plastic cover. They will not accept an RMA process.
He better not have clocked. Yeah, he better not. Unless he destroys the entire thing.
You do not just pull it out of the socket, it pops out after you
Oh yeah, I forgot about the fact that the CPU socket actually, it tells you, don't fucking do it. And I forgot about that. Yeah, it reads right there, note, always place this cover. If the CPU is removed from the socket, please read the user manual for details. Like, it says, don't fucking throw it. They all say that.
Just
Don't throw
pull
it.
out of the socket, it pops out after you put your CPU in, which you would know if you would have already put your CPU in before all of this garbage that you did on your case.
And we're going to use the CPU applicator. This
is that? I've never seen that.
But this motherboard
I have never seen that in my life.
What the fuck is a CPU applicator?
I have never seen a bracket for the CPU to be held on so you can install it properly.
It's called a CPU installation tool. It makes it really
You don't need
useful.
that.
So what having this little installer does for you is it's basically a brace that you can apply.
Yeah, you don't
right
need
to the
that.
and this will make it easier for us to apply it.
You don't need that.
And make sure that everything lines up.
I'm starting to realize, I think the CPU, the quote-unquote CPU applicator is actually... Oh no, I think I realized what he fucking did. Oh my fucking... Oh no. Okay, hold on. What I think he did is that he got the plastic, like the motherboard, the CPU cover, tore off part of it, and the applicator that he's using was part of the cover that he just destroyed. Because it's supposed to tear off when you install the CPU. That's not a thing that exists. He fucking made that up. Oh my god.
And we're gonna clasp down on it, and we'll be good.
I'm in pain. I just...
You took the tool off and you threw it to the side.
I just...
Why did he spend all that time?
Yeah, he probably did. I just...
CPU
Oh, I'm in
thingy if he
pain.
didn't even use it.
He knows he didn't need it.
I'm
now
in
he
pain.
can't delete everything he said because the editor is someone else other than him.
So we're about to apply thermal paste to the CPU.
Why are we about to apply thermal paste to the CPU? I'm looking in the AIO, like typically AIOs come with like a thermal, a small amount of thermal paste already pre-applied.
Every CPU cooler actually comes with a bit of thermal paste already neatly applied, and
Not every CPU cooler.
it's good, essentially PC building practice to have a little bit extra and layer it on top of the CPU.
No, 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 no.
What he do?
Headcanon about this video. Okay.
By the looks of it, where I've paused,
I'm
he looks like
smiling
he's
through the
adding
pain
more
right
paste
now.
to the CPU, and then he's gonna put what's already on the cooler on top.
Smile
That's
through
a
the
big
pain.
no-no. Don't do that. That's awful. What you should do is use a pea-sized drop of thermal paste in the middle of the IHS, which is that like metal square on the CPU. Integrated heat spreader, as it's called. That's more than enough. Is a pea-sized blob
We could buy
of
this-
thermal paste in the middle. Once you make the contact with the CPU cooler,
We got paid by this bank to make a CPU video. Let's make some shit and tell our friend about who knows nothing about PC to say it. That honestly sounds probably right. Give or take. That seems right. It's just like cake. Yeah.
Oh my god, what is that? What is this application
Oh.
process? What is that?
So you're gonna see that there are
Oh
four
my
bra-
god!
So you're gonna see that there are four
It's like someone threw up thermal paste onto his processor.
It literally looks like a bird of shit all over the processor.
Imagine a ketchup packet slowly being ran over.
He went all bukkake up in that thermal paste.
You had a thermal paste spreader. Use the fucking thing. What
Oh
is
no.
that?
Man, I just had an idea for some Yobai art, and
Almost everything.
Oh, if this computer posts, it'll be a freaking.
that's not a great idea. That's not a. That's not a.
cooler raised off
Oh
the
boy.
processor, but it's also gonna be close enough to actually physically come in contact with it.
They're gonna keep the cooler off the processor, but it's gonna be close enough to make physical contact.
Take thumb screws like this and just screw them on.
Woo, The Verge. I dislike your editing style so much. You said do it like this, and it's a wide.
No, no. No. It's not the one that I would be. It's not the one.
Top glass, side glass, front glass, and of course the back panel where all of this.
Thank God it's done.
So we fully built.
It's not me applying thermal paste on my PC. It's something else applying thermal paste onto a different
Cable management now.
When you're
me.
building your computer, always take the time to cable manage properly. Make sure everything looks neat. You know,
I gave
your
up.
cables
I give
are-
up.
are gonna affect your
Flip it. I don't
airflow
care.
inside
I
your
give up.
case.
And he actually used
Yabai's gone.
tweezers slash what we know
Yabai
as
has left.
size, but he didn't do a very good job.
Horny has entered the
Holy
chat.
crap, look, there's a
Say so has left.
screw on his all-in-one water
Say
cooler pump.
say so has
Wow,
left.
you just had three and there's an
Fuck
extra
it.
one and you just threw it away just like your socket
I
cover.
I
And look
I
at
didn't
this.
realize that
Tubing
part, and I'm
goes into an
scared.
all-in-one water cooler pump contacts the 1080 graphics card that he has. That's bad practice. That thing contains liquids that could potentially short.
Yabai has left. Wrong way around. Other way around. Oh, he used the cable ties just in a really shitty manner.
Managed to find the right screw for the fans. Oh, good.
It's too late for Say So. Yeah, Say So's gone, man.
And we got to the post screen.
Horny would like to know your location.
They got to the post screen. Holy shit, it's a miracle.
I'm honestly surprised he got it to post at all.
That's amazing. That's the biggest surprise of all. He got to the post screen. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
And we got to the post screen.
You know what he totally skipped too? He totally forgot to mention how to plug in the power switch, reset switch, front
Post-screen.
USBs, front headphone jack,
Um,
microphone jack. Totally skipped over the.
I forgot what the
Open up Computer Manager and see if it's pulling.
shit. I forgot what was going. So the post screen, it's actually an acronym. I forgot it was first. It was Power On Startup Test, I think. Oh, I can't type. Can't type. POST screen. Yeah, it's an acronym, I think. Yeah, there's Power On Self-Test. Power On Self-Test, or POST, is a process performed by the firmware or software routines immediately after a computer or other electronic device is turned on. So basically, it just is an internal test that the computer does to make sure that everything fucking works. When you immediately power it on. So when you get to the post screen, at least, it's basically saying that, oh, it's checking all the components and it's that, it's on properly. I didn't actually destroy it, or, if there's any errors, it would come up there before it actually starts using it to load like the operating system and stuff.
It's running pretty smoothly. I'm averaging 70 and 80 FPS.
You're averaging 70 and 80 FPS because you're in a plane flying around. The game really only needs to detail render your plane. Everything else is like half rendered because you're going so fast. So that's how they hide it with motion blur and all that stuff.
So right now I'm playing League of Legends. It's one of my favorite
bad
games.
benchmark game.
The minimum requirement for League of Legends is literally a single core processor.
League of Legends could run on the shittiest of laptops. It was designed that way.
I'm averaging 120 FPS, and that's only because I've actually locked the game to that frame rate because...
He's locked the game at 120 FPS. Why? Aren't we supposed to be benchmarking something? Why even bother?
The reason you have...
Oh, that's actually a good point.
Frames per second
huh.
is because you probably are not using a monitor that is 144 hertz. So anytime you get super high frame rates, you're probably experiencing ghosting, and Yasuo is showing up all over the place because your panel can't keep up with your system.
And of course now we also have a computer to test and benchmark games here at the Verge.
That thing did not last any time of the benchmarking process.
You did not get the right to benchmark games or test PC components if you build PCs like that, bro. You
Man,
put
this
your
hurts.
PSU the wrong way. You oversaturated in thermal paste. You mixed two thermal pastes together. You made a rat's nest for cable management. You even missed one screw on your all-in-one water cooler. Your radiator hoses contact the 1080 graphics card. Ain't nobody gonna respect your benchmarks after this, bro. 2.1 million subscribers ain't got a freaking screwdriver.
Thoughts on 144 Hz monitors?
How to mount an all-in-one water cooler.
Once you go high hertz, you can't go back. That's my thoughts. No, but seriously. Wrong button. Yeah, no, I have a 144 Hz monitor. They're fucking great. It makes things move super smooth, and if you have games that run at high frame rates, they look very smooth, and it's very nice. And honestly, if you run a 144 Hz monitor, it'll jade you for the rest of your life. It'll jade you when you see a 60 frames per 60 Hz monitor, and you're like, ew, why is this so choppy? It's gross. It's so... You get really jaded, and I can't go back. I've had my 144 Hz monitor for a while. I cannot use anything else.
Alright, so long story short, this video sucks.
Presented by Capital One.
Capital One, you got the raw end of the deal.
Oh, you gotta get your logo scraped off this thing. Holy moly.
I don't know why you guys sponsored this video because, it's terrible. It's full of misinformation.
This is easily the worst PC build I have ever seen.
A lot of people are gonna screw their computer up.
Very scary. Someone who built a PC for the first time might think this is a good video to follow, and their PC explode. They don't know the video bad because they disable the like and dislike and the comment. So much censorship. Feel like I'm back in China.
So all you have to do is take the brick and make sure that you align it with these little insulated
Man, I
pads,
hate that part.
so the power supply doesn't short circuit and come into
Yeah.
contact with the rest of the system.
You-
circuit and come into contact.
Yeah, it's fine. If you're fine, it's like if you're on 60 Hz, don't worry about it. You're perfectly fine. It's not like I'm chastising you for having it. It's just a luxury. It's not like it makes it doesn't make anything better. It might make things more reactive when you use your computer, but it's not like, it's like that gif of Cat Bowser dancing, and it's like real life doesn't even move that frame smooth. It sort of does, it sort of doesn't. Yeah, and yeah, every game is made with 60 Hz or less in mind. Eventually, you can experience 144 Hz. I know some phone displays and I know some phone displays actually run 90 hertz now, and I think one of the latest iPads runs at like 120. One of the iPad Pros, so the display in that is like really reactive, and it feels really nice when you especially since it's a touchscreen.
With the rest of the system.
Yeah.
Short circuit and come into contact with the rest of the system.
We have a big team of tech reporters with a deep understanding of tech and how it affects the world we live in.
Jeez. Man, this hurts. Okay, so what was that other video? Skipping over the memes. I want to see the one that Nico mentioned. Let's see what this is. What the T-Rex usually sound what did the T-Rex really sound like? Didn't it sound like a chicken?
What did the T-Rex sound like?
Oh, it's the Vsauce font.
To believe that the T-Rex sounded something like this.
It's supposed to sound like a chicken or something, right?
This sound is probably one of the most recognizable sound effects in
I love this one. I'm kind of curious.
terrifying cinema goers for many years.
I mean, kaiju to kaiju. Of course I knew you'd like it.
Baby elephant, crocodile, and tiger roar together. But is it really what
Oh.
the T-Rex sounded like? For years, we've speculated what the Tyrannosaurus would have sounded
Sorry
like,
about the audio
using
thing.
animal sounds to try and replicate it. The howls of wolves, roars of tigers, and the trumpeting of elephants.
Turn this up loud?
These sounds have resonated with us
Oh,
throughout history
sure.
and informed us on whether something's
I mean,
big,
this is as loud as I think I'm comfortable with
but have we been
running
looking at
this.
it all wrong? Well,
According to
find
the
out,
audio
we have
levels
to look
especially.
towards the state of Texas.
Texas.
Professors at the University of Texas have been researching on what the T-Rex would have sounded like, and instead of looking at modern-day mammals for research, they've been looking at birds and alligators, close relatives to the dinosaurs. And they say that the T-Rex wouldn't have roared at all, but instead it would have made a sound that's less loud and much more unsettling. They found this out by scanning the brain case of a Tyrannosaurus fossil, which contained outlines of the hearing organs.
Oh,
it
huh.
turns out that the T-Rex had extremely sensitive hearing organs, and it was especially good at picking up low-frequency sounds, even lower than most humans can even hear. And it wouldn't just have been heard, it would have been felt. They stated that the T-Rex would have sounded something like the Jaws theme.
Huh.
Using audio editing software, I've replicated what the T-Rex would have sounded like, and for the first time in 66 million years, you're about to hear the distinct sound of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And it would have sounded something like this.
If this is a Rickroll, I'm gonna be so angry. Ooh. It's like a growl.
The T-Rex wouldn't have the need to open its mouth thanks to closed mouth vocalization. This is common amongst birds and reptiles, and the noise would have traveled through vibrations.
That's usually how noise travels, yeah, but...
This sound would not only be the most terrifying noise you would have heard, but also felt, as it vibrated through your spine, getting louder and louder as it drew closer. Chris Packham of the BBC had this to say: "There's a sort of primal fear that's associated with sounds like that. When you think about it, the T-Rex didn't need to roar, it needed to be able to communicate over the huge areas in which it hunted.
Yeah.
It's the same sound that horror films use to scare audiences, which begs the question, is it in our nature to be terrified of these low-frequency sounds? And are all animals scared?"
No. Why? Why I know that? Because damn if hard bass doesn't sound awesome with those low frequencies.
Of the same sound too.
Next question.
It may not be the sound fans of films like Jurassic Park were hoping, but it's definitely equally as terrifying in its own right. So, there you have it. the T-Rex roar heard for the first time in 66 million years, and you're some of the first to hear it. Of course, this is all based on research and theories, and we're all entitled to our own viewpoints. It's been 64 million years since the dinosaurs were wiped clean from the earth, so chances are we'll never hear the exact sound of a T-Rex.
Sounds like a... I mean... sort of. Yes, no. Okay, let me see here. Where is one of those posts? Whale sonars pings hit with the force of a truck. Shattered skeletons to be in front of whales pinging with their cries. That's terrifying. That's actually scary. What the fuck? I didn't know. Man, low frequency is scary. Joke's on you, buddy. I hear them every day. Yeah. It's creepy. Where is that? Where is that? I'm trying to find it. Where's the meaty share video? Oh, okay, found it. Like. Gonna press the like on that. Don't forget the Nest Laser Zapper. Of course, I want to play that. I have a couple. Don't worry. There's a couple. There's not a lot of videos left for today.
This Nintendo Zapper light gun disassembled. Let me show you what it is I want to do with it. I want to make it into a laser gun, basically a really big laser pointer. And the way I plan to
That's why you never leave.
is using one of
sounds
these
nice though.
Expensive laser diodes. You can pick these up off Amazon and places like that, real cheap. They're very small, very simple. Basically, all you have to do is just feed them 5 volts, and you get a laser coming out of it. These are a nice bright red dot laser. Now, of course, I don't need the original light sensor anymore, so I'm going to pull that out. I think I'll just snip that off right there.
I didn't realize that the snapper, I almost called it a snapper. The NES Zapper had such light, not, it wasn't too complicated of mechanics on there. Like, I mean, the light stuff, yeah, of course, that's a little bit more complicated, but I didn't realize it was just, oh, it's just a micro switch, and then you can just probably trigger it to do whatever the fuck you want.
I don't necessarily need this weight, but unless I put something else here, I may as well leave it. And in fact, if I want this even heavier than what it was, I could replace it with a lead weight instead of this steel weight. But the other thing is I got to fit a battery in here. Now, I already have
probably
around
go
a couple of
down in here.
18650 batteries. These are very popular batteries. Usually they're like around 2,000 milliamps or so. They're rechargeable lithium. They're great batteries. It might be just a little on the large side for a project like this, but at the same time, hey, I already got it, so I'd like to use it. And then I also had another idea of why I might want to use that, which I'll share in a couple of minutes here. Now, I do need a battery holder for that, which I have a single 18650 battery holder here, but
I did not notice they sold 18650 battery holders.
It would have been a tight squeeze, and with that,
just
not so
just
good.
wire
Fortunately,
manual. There we go.
Another cell here that already came with some leads pre-soldered on.
Oh, that's helpful.
And I can't put it down here. That's just not really going to be a good spot because we've got those screw holes that hold the whole thing together. And, you know, the end of it's going to bump into this switch area, and I want to keep all of this. But I think I might be able to squeeze it in here if I use my Dremel tool to take out these
you need to
couple
teach me more about
parts that
dinosaurs
were holding
someday.
the sensor.
I'm too much of a techie to think about
that screw goes into right there.
dinosaurs.
Now I'm gonna double check that with some measuring tools.
I should change that,
but,
honestly.
Cross my fingers. I think that's gonna work. So if you've got a rechargeable lithium battery, you're going to want a way to charge it. Fortunately, there's a lot of little off-the-shelf parts already available. Found I had one of these kicking around. This is just a little charging board for an 18650. It's got a little micro USB connection on there, and then it's got connections over here that you solder the battery to. So that'll charge it up. And then I thought, well, heck, if I got an 18650 in here, what if I also had a USB board, so it'll take the source from that.
We make a chatting collab. I still got to make you watch Kaiju film. Well, you know what? We need to. We got it now. We totally got it.
So maybe I could have a light zapper I could use to charge my cell phone off of or something. That'd be kind of cool. And then I also thought, you know, these are 2 separate boards, but another thing I found I actually had kicking around is a little board. It does both of those things together. So it's got our little mini USB.
I get you to watch those and we make a review.
Full-size USB.
You know what? That's a great idea. I love that.
Or whatever, and it's all together just on one little itty bitty circuit board. Certainly, I can fit this into the handle of the light zapper right here. But the only other thing I was thinking about is how far these connections stick out. And I did notice, for example, that on this one right here, you can see how the USB connection
we will figure out
further than the
a date.
board.
I
So this might
sure
be the way to
hope
go,
soon.
Just because it would be easier to put into the
Because
handle of the gun
I'm
head
busy.
a little bit.
I am busy. Life
So
is
I think
busy.
What I'm going to do now is just get my parts together and temporarily wire them up. Just use some good old jumpers and get the parts in about where I think they should go and test them all out. And then as long as it works, I can start cutting out some of the parts on here. Maybe use a little hot glue to put some other components in place. Maybe use a Dremel to do a little cutout down here for a USB connection. Since I do not
I didn't realize how simple
need the sensor
you
here
could
anymore.
buy
I'm
so
just
many of these components like DIY already. It honestly makes me want to kind of do it myself.
So I spent a few
but I'm a
minutes
little
here
worried
just
with
trying
messing
out
with
some
batteries,
components and where
especially.
they would go. Here's a little board that would be a 5-volt USB out, and this is one that would be a USB charging circuit for the battery. But over here I have this other board that does both those things together, and it did fit really nice right here. Of course it doesn't when I got everything all jerry-rigged up, but I've got that charging circuit board connected with some wall power here, 5-volt USB. So it's charging up my battery right now, and if we look, you can see a little flashing LED over here indicating that it's charging. And we're also passing power through up to the switch and to the laser, which I've got just laying here. So
Yeah.
if I pull the trigger,
This
you can see
setup
that the
isn't
laser
too
turns on.
complicated.
And if I pull it all the way, it just comes on for a moment like that. Now what I'd like to do is fit the battery right here, but I can't right now because there's the little parts that held the sensor board here before. There's a little a screw comes through right here. There's a couple other little pieces of plastic right through there.
You can Dremel that down,
just
right?
above part of the trigger, so I can't put it in right now. But what I could do is use my calipers here to get a good guess. And if you didn't know it, this is an 18650 battery, which is actually the dimensions. If you measure it, and of course this has a wrap and some other things, so this is a little bigger than 18 millimeter diameter, and it's going to be about 6.5 centimeters long. So
I did not know.
69 with the wrapper on.
I did not know that's
But
actually
now
why
if I
they're
measure
labeled that
this,
way. That's nice.
69 millimeters looks like that's going to exactly fit that way. But if we go back down to the 19 millimeters, yep, just exactly. The tricky one though is going to be depth. So if I take my put that in half, let's go down to 10 millimeters, and we'll see if this sticks halfway down just by using a straight edge across here and lining that up, and that's really, really, really close. So I think this is either going to fit perfectly in here, or it's going to exactly not fit.
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm like, why can't he just put it in the handle? And you can Dremel. He already, I mean, he has a Dremel. He could Dremel out
here, though.
the bottom.
I'm just using these standard little Dremel
So I
cutoff
wonder-
discs. It's probably it's a little big for getting in back here. I'll have to use some other tool.
I'm not sure about removing the screw part, unless you can, like, glue it back together.
Now, of course, on the other half of the gun, I got these other parts I gotta cut out here too.
Also, maybe get some double-sided tape for that.
Yes!
Ooh, good fit.
Cool.
When do we get to Nerf guns
Yeah,
being turned into laser
it's like
cannons?
so snug though. So snug.
Well, I mean, you can remove the safeties on you can remove the safeties on Nerf's weapons so they can shoot harder.
Now I want to
if
get
that
this
counts.
part
Laser
down
cannons?
here
Not sure about
in
that
the
one
bottom
though.
of the handle. So as much as I would love to use the hole that the cord originally went through,
I can't use the hole.
my little charging circuit right here just fits so gosh darn well right there, just like that. Of course, keeping it vertical. So I think what I'm going to do is
Give me my body shattering Nerf long shot.
away
Did you know that they actually have
and then that'll be my
Nerf sniper rifles? Oh, we gotta watch the video about the custom Nerf weapons now.
Cut that out.
There's a second video where it's put it in super powered laser. I don't even want to know. I'm scared, man. You know what? We could
away at the bottom of the gun here.
Let's speed through this because this is actually pretty basic of an installation, you know?
USB connector on the bottom. Put it in. I've got these two wires coming off of it.
I think the only thing about this I don't like is just kind of like this bit right here. Like, why is this here when you could just put it down here? Like, you wanted the weight in it, right? So why not put the weight down here? Did you know the long shot has a pure
leads
So instead of a prop gun, they just got a Nerf gun and just painted it black. That's hilarious.
I'm going to connect the red and black wire
Actually really
USB
funny.
port to the red
Oh
and
my
black
god.
wire on the battery, and we only have one set of outputs here. So I'm also just
gonna skip ahead because again, the setup is actually pretty nice, but pretty simple though to understand though.
in the sight line up with each other.
Because it basically is just kind of retrofitting a battery to this.
Now, another cool thing about this project is that there's an LED indicator on the charging circuit. So when the gun's plugged into charge, this LED flashes and it glows right through the handle so we can still see it.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. Hold on, how many videos left? I want to show two more videos. One is about 3D printed Nerf high power laser. Okay, fine, let's look at the other high power laser one. But hey, it's just a laser setting things on fire though. I love that he has a safety key though. That's awesome. 2-watt laser. Oh no. Wah. Man, the laser set things on fire scared the shit out of me. Oh my god, why? Lasers are cool, but so dangerous.
And why are you shooting with the hand? I'm wearing goggles.
Well, so you can actually see the number on the camera. Ready?
Okay. What? Did it max out?
Yeah, it maxed it.
Ah.
I saw 1800.
Why do you put high power laser things in here? Like, why? Also, hold on. Let's so 2 videos. One is about scientific papers, which I think everyone should kind of just read and be learned. I usually do the MediaSure stuff to be learned or learn about tech stuff. And then one about 3D printed Nerf. Let's do the 3D printed ones. Printed Nerf guns. Let's learn about 3D printed Nerf guns from an incredibly fucking nerd. It's a big nerd. I love this nerd.
Season is about to begin, and now
Here we go. This one's specifically about the sniper rifle. But there he has another overview of all the other weapons and stuff.
war is upon us. Nerf war. The season is about to begin, and now that folks are getting vaccinated, nerfing is an increasingly safe way to meet some new friends and blast them in the face. Problem: your ass has spent the last 13 months fusing into your gaming chair, and if you chase down a foe, it'll probably make your heart explode. Solution: a high-powered, 3D printed long-range blaster that lets you hunker down and make the darts do the walking. Here's how to build it.
I love this man, by the way. He makes such good content.
I got into Nerf blasters around 2009, back when 3.1% of my audience were still Dad's cheesy pickup lines. Back then, the idea of a Nerf sniper was a literal joke. Nerf Haven had a bot that replaced the word sniper with loser and sniping with ingesting the dookie. But the future is now, old man. 3D printed blasters hit twice as hard as 2009's finest, and they are more consistent and accurate too. In my last video about 3D printed Nerf, the overwhelming number of comments said that there were 3D printers first and Nerfers maybe not yet. So if you've done plenty of squirting but not a lot of Nerfing, this episode is for you. In today's episode, we're going to build this high-powered, super accurate blaster that makes a great introduction to the hobby. Everything I featured today is Creative Commons licensed open source hardware, and may I recommend downloading it from today's sponsor, Things.
Oh.
Things is a free and fast all-you-can-eat buffet of printable 3D models, and there's no cutesy stage photos, there's no reading through the creator's life story, there's no figuring out which versions are outdated, and most importantly, there are no 5-second ad breaks. There's just page after page of cool stuff that you can print in just 2 clicks. You can preview every
I know what part
with
you're
an
thinking
interactive
about.
viewer that loads in milliseconds,
You guys.
and you can download every part of the model at once. Things is actually running a contest to make printable accessories for your Hey Alexa, OK Google, Hey Siri, play Despacito. The contest ends at the end of the month, so check out the winners on April 5th and check out your Robo Butler of choice. Links for all of today's models, thanks to Things, are in the description, and I have added a few more Nerfy surprises to sweeten the deal. You could just jump straight to the description and download everything, but, you know, let the video play in the background. The algorithm demands retention. So what makes a Nerf blaster a sniper? Well, nothing. A sniper isn't a blaster. A sniper is a player.
TNG, the Neko Gamer. Hello, hello.
Location and just
Siri, play Amogus.
They punish enemies who break cover, they beat back aggressive plays, and they delete anyone who gives your teammates a hard time. Basically, anytime a bad guy moves from one
Look how
place
far
to
that
another,
sniper
or
goes,
stands still
though.
too
Like,
long,
wow.
or is too powerful for his own good. The sniper's job is to send him back to
Oh,
spawn.
hello
The
there,
biggest
General
weapon in this
Kenobi.
arsenal
Oh,
is
man, you're right.
Remember, once you're on the ground, most blasters'
General
groupings
Kenobi.
are wider than you are. Even if the enemy's aim is dead on, they still have to get lucky to hit you. No matter how you plan to play, if you're gonna 3D print your first blaster, make it a Caliburn. Designed by Nerfing legend Captain Slug and refined over thousands of prints, the Caliburn is definitely the most popular and, in my opinion, the most reliable 3D printed blaster of all. This is a pump action springer. You work the pump to compress a heavy spring, and you pull the trigger to release the shmoo. It's about 3 times as hot as an off-the-shelf blaster. And since they feed from magazines, you can fire as fast as you can work the action. Captain Slug has made tons of accessories.
I like how it has a magazine,
and,
so you can pretend to be a nerd.
Picatinny rails, as Chef John would say, you are the master of your 3D printed blaster. The linchpin of this build is the Raider-style receiver that feeds a magazine from the side of the blaster instead of the bottom. So now, when you hit the dirt, you can keep the lowest possible profile, and you can also reload without having to reorient the blaster. I also equipped the extended barrel, the adjustable stock, the scar muzzle attachment, the knuckle duster handguard, the angled foregrip, and a serious business scope. And yes, the scope is both useful and relevant. Well, the handguard acts like a monopod and props up the blaster, which both steadies your shots and relieves your arms. This extra long barrel builds more velocity, and the scar attachment stabilizes darts. More on how that works in a second. This extra foot or so is fine because hopefully you won't need to do too many tactical acrobatics, tactrobatics. Speaking of, let's shoot the elephant in the room and talk about scopes.
Like,
magnified optics in Nerf are kind of a meme because blasters just aren't accurate. This scope doesn't improve your aim, it helps you watch the shot to see it hit the enemy. When you fire foam at someone 80 feet away, that dart is going to be almost invisibly tiny, and it's going to move so slowly your target won't feel the hit. In other words, the scope isn't here to help you land hits, it's here to help you confirm hits. Nerf blasters have another problem with scopes. Darts just drop so aggressively that even if you ratchet down to the lowest elevation, the target won't be anywhere near the sight picture. That's why I added this special rail riser to solve the problem. It's actually inclined by about 2 degrees, which tilts the scope down to account for the sharp drop. I've also added some backup iron sights on an angled rail because the scope is just zeroed so low it's useless at close range. The optic is optional.
I love the
reflex sight
second
or just put some irons on in practice.
Iron sights.
Just don't pick something with a fancy reticle. You have to see the dart. Quick aside, there are tons of tightly optimized competitive blasters more releasing all the time, but I feel like making goofy bullshit instead. Should I A, build an auto-aiming smart scope, or B, build a wearable cyborg blaster?
Cyberpunk 2077 looks so cool.
Anyways, this configuration is great for
don't get me started. He also made like a Cyberpunk cyber deck.
Yes, has calls them clips,
it's sick.
not mags, and the adapter handles the most common aftermarket mags. Short darts, aka slugs, are just straight up better than full length. They're more accurate, they have less drag, and you can carry twice as many rounds in the same amount of pocket. And you can 3D print magazines yourself. You have two options, Katana and Talon, and the adapter in the description accepts both. Here's Tantacle's Katana and
nice! Hey!
0.0.
I mean, hey, so am I, so
follower
hey,
spring, which
welcome.
you can harvest from a Nerf drum magazine. I would recommend Talon because you can't stick them in backwards, but Katana mags do work with off-the-shelf Dart Zone Pro blasters. A dart moving through the barrel is basically plugging up the works, and once it leaves the muzzle, the remaining pressure releases behind it as a puff of air. This gives the dart's tail a good flick, and causes it to fishtail as it leaves the barrel. You can see that drag stabilization quickly straightens out the dart, but the damage is done. It's now slightly off course, and it's lost a little
I
bit
didn't
of
realize. Dang.
So, we attach a
Oh,
scar.
scar.
That's short for string
One
centering and
of us.
rifling. It
One
looks
of
like a
us.
suppressor, but it's more like a stabilizer. Inside the scar, 6 fishing lines are stretched tight at skew angles, gripping the dart as it passes through and spinning it like a football. Exactly how a scar reduces fishtailing is, well, it's up for debate, but see for yourself. The dart definitely leaves the scar straighter and truer. A scar is an essential accessory to any high-powered springer, but is absolutely necessary for our sniping.
Also, I'm pretty sure real-life bullets actually also do that.
For printability, so barely anything needs supports. You can run most of this off in any rigid filament, but if you Nerf on a hot summer day, the temperature can rise enough to soften PLA. If you think
Man, this man reinvented 77 barrel rifles for Nerf guns. Yeah, exactly. It's so cool.
ABS,
it's so cool. And that
other high-strength material.
I mean, using old technology for fun things is, well, fun.
At least 2 spools for the blaster, and probably another one for accessories, gear,
I love
and
3D printing.
color variety. Buying an 0.6mm nozzle is also a great idea. This is over a day of straight printing, and it's not going to get any shorter with a baby nozzle. You're going to need screws, springs, and other hardware, but Captain Slug sells pre-made parts kit. I highly recommend buying them. They're convenient, they're cheaper than buying everything by the box, and, well, it supports the creator. The inclined riser and the angled rails...
I mean, hey, if you like whoever you like, it's whoever you like. I don't know. I think girls are cute.
Most of the variant parts I've
Guys are nice, on occasion.
So, you know,
I can...
move to America.
Alma can have a guy as a treat.
Check the description for all of the items you'll have to print. Note that many parts from the Caliburn, these ones...
I mean, most of the guys I like are fictional, so whatever.
All these parts have been replaced by custom parts, so don't print the base ones, print the custom ones. But wait, there's more.
Man,
Remember
this
how
guy's such a
in the
nerd, I
last
love
Nerf
it.
episode I shilled for my Etsy Nerf gear store? Well, it's closed. I'm gonna give away all the models that I used to sell. You can now download my Warp Saya mag holders, my Scramrod Ramrod, my 4-star
simping for Todoroki, okay?
Stencils, my Merlin stencils,
I mean...
all for free, all on things. You can 3D print an entire loadout.
Understandable?
I did. Remember to check
I don't have really
things
opinions on shipping things,
download the
especially,
winners of their AI assistant
but like,
contest
hey,
and give your favorite
neat.
female presenting kitchen appliance something special. When the sudden but inevitable robot betrayal happens, you might just be spared. Curse it. Our patrons enable us to make ridiculously over-the-top projects, and if you can chip in, visit patreon.com/ZachFriedman. It makes
I would also
tremendous
absolutely
difference and really expands the
suggest
scope.
you guys support him. I love his content. It's so good. Also, yeah, he did a... I want to just quickly show you. He did make, like, a cyber deck, which is adorable. Well, not adorable. It was cool as shit. Still going? Yes, I know. I'm still going. I'm almost done. I swear, I'm almost done. Where was that thing? AI Data Glove. Where was the thing he made? There it is. He made it. Yeah, there it is. He made a Pip-Boy.
Of New Jersey, a long time.
There it is. This is the one I thought was so damn cool. Just because it looks it's so reminiscent of Fallout.
A long time ago in the faraway land of New Jersey, there lived with his parents a young and handsome freelance product development consultant. He realized that his workbench, which happened to be in a closet, had become blanketed in parts, so he challenged himself, Iron Chef style, to build something using nothing but his accreted crap. And yay, the smartwatch was born. Featuring missile switches, a 2-line vacuum fluorescent display, and an alcohol sensor, this behemoth took 5 straps to restrain its mighty girth and strain the very definition of the word wearable.
Look how nerdy this shit
is.
is.
About the smartwatch. No, today's project started when I revisited the effort, creating the most ambitious and over-engineered device of my entire career. Behold, the Singularitron. Friends, Romans, and countrymen, welcome to Voidstar Lab.
I just love all this stuff!
Zach. This is the Singularitron Personal Augmentation Platform, or as I like to call it, my thick-ass smartwatch. I've teased the Singularitron in countless guest streams and most
thick-ass
recently my home
smartwatch.
Streams, but I just never got around to making a video on it.
Man,
Did you
look at
catch
it
that?
go.
I stream every Monday and Friday. Like, comment, subscribe, ring that notification bell. This is the first working project to appear on the channel that has a custom printed circuit board. In fact, it has between 2 and 6 PCBs. And that's because each of these lasers, sensors, and tools is a detachable cartridge that lets me mix and match modules to configure a custom cybernetic contraption to fit the current circumstances. Messing around in a pitch black boiler room, snap in the flashlight for visibility, the current sensor for diagnostics, and the infrared thermometer to see which pipes are safe to touch. Hacking the planet, equip the laser to blind security cameras, spot invisible tripwires with the infrared sensor, and install an SD card to deliver the payload. Oh crap, I hacked the moon. The Singularitron itself has the same motion processor as the Somatic. It has a Bluetooth low energy module, and it's powered by a certain processor that will be quite familiar to repeat viewers. But what I see is a flickering
Does it tell
VFD with
time?
weird glowing buttons,
I don't think it
exposed
tells
screws,
time.
and I love every single
It
millimeter
might.
of it.
We'll find
I
out.
want my display glitchy, I want my cartridges dusty, and I want a little too much wiring left exposed. If you like this rough and rugged aesthetic, then you're going to love this extra screasy class from today's sponsor, Skillshare. You've been segued. Aaron Draplin built his
I'm gonna
career
just
on crisp
let that
typography
go
and clear
because I
iconography
honestly
that
enjoy his
interfaces
content
with
so much that I don't mind
Cherry
watching the
lettering and
advertisement.
authentic crud from the actual sidewalk. In his Skillshare class, Dirty Design with Draplin, Aaron will show
Also,
you
can that
the
little thing play
surprisingly
music?
creative techniques behind
Oh,
those
I don't think it
well-worn edges
can.
and those gritty halftones.
Pretty sure it
You'll
can't.
get down and dirty and work your way up to a class project, your very own original design that just drips with vintage style and story. Skillshare has thousands of inspirational and educational classes, each with video lessons and practical projects. Most of them are under an
Also
hour,
because
and
the
every
had a
single one
radio
is taught
setting?
by a
Oh
real
yeah.
practitioner, usually
I'm
from
guessing
the
it
real
probably
world.
doesn't.
So, whether you want to
It's still
take up
cool,
voice acting,
though.
kickstart your hardware product, or just fry up the best damn grilled cheese of your life, Skillshare's got you covered for just $10 a month with an annual subscription. The first 1,000 people to use the link in the description will get a free trial of Skillshare Premium membership for free. Thank you so much to Skillshare for sponsoring the episode and for making the world
It's a
little
Pip-Boy
bit
1.0?
crazier.
Yeah.
Now back to my wrist.
little bit.
I didn't design the wrist strap. This is an off-the-shelf replacement part for a wearable barcode scanner, and I just built a little cleat into the Singularitron's underbelly that slides onto these rails and latches in tight. You see, in the days of yore, nerds would accumulate in large sweaty groups called conferences, and a giant glowing watch is the perfect gimmick to draw them in and start a conversation. See, heads-up displays are cool, but they're really hard to demonstrate. The Singularitron is easy to detach and hand off for someone to play with, and once a sucker grabs this watch, they're stuck in a conversation with yours truly and they can't escape. The pickup artistes call that peacocking with a lock-in prop. As for battery life,
My brain heard conferences is convention. I mean, you're
somewhere
both
between, like,
right.
12 hours and 45 minutes. Hey kids, you know what we
Battery.
did back in the day when our phones ran out of battery? We just took out the battery and popped in a new one. I wish electronics still had replaceable batteries. As for controls, we've got a scroll wheel and 5 illuminated buttons. The leftmost button is home, and pressing it summons this dashboard with battery
Oh, it
life,
has
compass,
time.
and phone status.
Also,
I originally
compass.
intended to write a companion app for the Bluetooth connected cell phone, but I didn't do that because programming's boring. What did I do instead? Watch what happens when I pull out a cartridge. These silly status lines are randomly generated by the greatest library I have ever written. I don't know why I find this so damn funny, but these stupid status lines just fire my sides into orbit. I use the same code in my award-winning Hackaday SuperCon 2019 badge hack
So Pip-Boy
and on my
had for a
PC's
while.
super secret vacuum fluorescent display
Oh, that's
as
funny.
the stupid should stupid log entries roll by, the watch is identifying and setting up the cartridge, and now the corresponding button is color-coded. If the cartridge has sensors, some of that data appears on the home screen so I can keep an eye on my stats like the Pip-Boy. Oh, your Virgin watch shows your step count? My Chad Singularitron knows how many parts per million of the air is volatile organic compounds. Let's take a look at how the cartridges work. Each has one thing in common, a circuit board with an EEPROM on the front and these pads on the back. The EEPROM is a tiny memory chip preloaded with the module
head off, Alma?
as well
All
as
right,
any
later.
settings you want to remember
Have a
after
good
it's been
one.
removed from the
Good
watch.
night.
I told you this thing was over
I'll be
in
streaming
here.
tomorrow,
The
actually,
back
so
has
see you
a
then.
dozen gold-plated contacts, that's 12, which interface with spring-loaded
Later,
brushes on the
Wani.
Singularity
We'll talk about that
sockets
collab later,
to
too.
provide all the power and connectivity that any module I could think of could need. Each cartridge gets linked into the I2C bus, a SPI bus shared with the EEPROM chip, gets 2 analog
I know
digital
some of
GPIO
these
pins,
words.
a detect pin ground 3 and 5 volts. You'll notice that the ground pin is slightly longer than the others. We want this one to make contact first so we don't damage anything. In a way, the Singularitron is like a project of projects. Anytime I see a cool part, I can build it into a cartridge, write a little code, and extend the watch even further. Boop. Yes, this is all written in object-oriented C++. Kill me.
Yeah.
So, what is running this glorious bowl of spaghetti? 220,000 of you already know the answer. I actually implemented a TNT 3.2 right onto the circuit board. Next door is the power management chip, which charges
Of course, the ground
lithium-ion
pin.
battery and generates
Yeah, it's the ground pin. It
voltage
should be
rails
for
to power
safety,
the
you know?
system. I added a separate boost regulator that generates the 36 volts to feed the display. We have a vibrating motor, originally for notifications, now for gimmicky haptic features. This daughter board
gimmicky.
is janked into the circuit by a very short ribbon cable, and that's what holds the encoder, the buttons, and 5 neopixels to light them up. Yeah, you can just buy these LEDs. They're not always on strips. Power and programming are provided by a USB-C port. because nowadays
Yes.
everything should have USB-C.
It's the future.
Everything. I will die on this hill without a moment's hesitation. USB-C for life. So flipping the board over, we see the spring-loaded contacts and the motion processing module, which stacks on an accelerometer,
Determination.
a gyroscope, a compass, and a coprocessor that handles all that complicated motion fusion math, because I'm bad at it. Here's a Raytac MDBT40 Bluetooth Low Energy module, the very same one that Bill Gates snuck into the vaccines. This brings us to the juiciest part on display, the display. This is a DS2045 4-line 20-character vacuum fluorescent display.
The display looks so cool,
high-voltage
man.
metal grids to snatch electrons off of heated wires and fling them at phosphor-coated anodes. The energized phosphor fluoresces, drawing something on the display, and it has to be done in a vacuum. Plastic would crumple under air pressure, so VFDs have to be encapsulated in glass. So we have an extremely smashable glass display with a vacuum making it even smashabler that needs both high voltage and enough current to heat wires to glowing. It does have some upsides though. First, the display
Could have found a way to get a longer lasting battery out of this
daylight.
thing. If it,
Second,
yeah,
VFDs don't actually draw that much current.
yeah,
With every
but I
pixel
think
on
this
at
was
maximum brightness, this thing will
part
suck
of this
about
was like
180 milliamps,
just
which sounds like a lot. But compare that with a 4-line 20-character
like putting things
backlit
together,
LCD
you know?
of the same size, which draws 220 milliamps and isn't nearly as bright or crisp. Third, and most importantly, VFDs look cool as heck. This VFD is made with a manufacturing process called chip-in-glass. The driver circuits are embedded directly into the glass capsule. If we look at the backside, you can see a thin metal foil bonded onto the glass, which takes the place of the circuit board. Traces are engraved onto it by laser, and components are laid down on top and frozen in place. This is truly the pinnacle of vacuum fluorescent display technology, and sadly, it's been out of production for years. You can't make a Singularitron of your own unless you first redesign it for another display. You heard me, you do it. I have 4 more of these bastards and I'm not sharing. This watch needs to do one last thing, and that's keep the time. The problem is that I had no room left to add a backup battery, and putting a supercapacitor in a wearable is a terrible decision. This means that whenever the battery runs out, the watch loses the time. This should not be a big deal because it can just sync up with a paired smartphone app. Except remember, I didn't write the app. So that means that this watch's weakest feature is keeping the time. And for the record, the time sucks. Allow me to show you my arsenal of modules. This is the original set of 5 that I designed along with the watch, and these
Look at all the
cartridges
tiny
are
little
just as
modules.
over-engineered as the Singularitron itself, let me assure you. None of them exemplify this fact more than this one, the Hyper Flashlight. This cartridge has a 200 lumen Luxeon Rebel LED, and it sucks an entire amp. I thought all these GPIO pins had PWM, but I was wrong, so it flickers. But whatever, a watch with a blinding ass LED that overheats in 3 minutes is exactly what I was going for with this project. Then we have the Thermodule, a non-contact infrared thermometer with a laser pointer for targeting. This thing technically works, technically correct, the best kind of correct, but I accidentally ordered a thermometer module with too wide of a viewing angle, so most of the temperature it's picking up is the temperature of the module itself. This is the Enviro module, and it's loaded up with a suite of climate-related sensors.
Lasers.
This is
Yeah,
a barometer,
these are lasers.
hygrometer, thermometer, and this is a volatile organic compound sensor. These climate readings are correct. I'm in Colorado, over a mile above sea level, and although the air is dry in general, the air is moist in this particular room because I sweat a lot when I'm recording videos. The sensor does respond correctly to VOCs. Let's stink the place up with some goop adhesive made of 55% volatile organic compounds. There is actually a third unpopulated footprint on here that is supposed to have a UV sensor so I can keep the non-beard part of my face from frying in the sun. But it
Do you know who Michael Reeves is? Oh, you mean the guy who made a laser pointer robot just to straighten his face, and the same guy who made a shit ton of things with stun guns, and the guy who made it, who bought a $10,000 spot robot so it pisses beer. Yes, I know who Michael Reeves is. I loved his original. I loved his early content for sure.
Card. Really drained the creative juices on that one. The SD card is supposed to be for logging sensor data, but instead I implemented the USB rubber ducky, which launches keystroke injection attacks. The USB port changes from a serial port to a keyboard. I plug it into the computer of some chump who left me unattended with their personal electronics.
USB rubber ducky is honestly pretty good though.
That, for instance, opens up Windows settings and rotates your
Dude,
monitor.
he's smart as hell, but he's into like some weird ways.
YouTuber
Yeah,
decided what
he's
to do.
honestly really good.
Finally, we have the friggin' laser module. So
He's
scary
good.
and dangerous, it has a danger sticker to tell you how
Ooh.
scary it is.
Laser time.
Except it's the same 5 milliwatt power as the laser pointer on the Thermodule, which is to say it's really weak. It just looks cool. I could have put a real heat ray on this FUD pucker, but I didn't want to accidentally activate it and burn out a baby's eyeballs, or worse, my eyeballs. When I decided to finally make an episode about the Singularitron, I realized that this was not enough. 5 modules, one of which doesn't work and another is boring, just don't cut it. They're not good enough for YouTube. So I scoured the workshop for every breakout board small enough to fit, and I did unspeakable things to hack them up into the leftover spare PCBs.
Oh my, that's
If
horrifying.
Monday's stream, you got a sneak peek of these because I work on future videos projects in our weekly streams. I'm gonna do it. I'm calling to action every Monday and Friday noon Mountain Time, 1800 UTC. Subscribe and hit the bell to join in live. Anyways, after some snooping, modeling, and frankly disgusting hacking, here's what I came up with. The first is the Photon Wrangler, an APDS 9960 light sensor that detects color, brightness, infrared, proximity, and gestures. It quantifies
nice.
what color a light is.
Ooh,
and
I like how it is
turns
on the display.
distance into vibration so I can feel my way around in the dark. Just forget about the flashlight, it doesn't matter. I could also use this to add gesture control to the watch, but I decided against it, partially to preserve the watch's chunky tactility, partially because I don't have time for this crap. This is the Thunderhand, and it features the same Fluxgate magnetometer as the Thunderfinger. I went deep on how this works in the Thunderfinger episode, but TLDW, it's a magnetic field sensor that's so sensitive, it can figure out how much current is flowing through a wire. I straight up copied and pasted the Thunderfinger code to the Singularitron.
That's actually pretty awesome.
So with this mildly phallic
I
cartridge
don't know
installed,
why
I can
we would
see
need
and
to.
feel the movement of electric current once more.
Do you ever
Know-it-all
feel like a
types will
cyborg?
often
This is
snark,
pretty good.
Why don't you use an OLED instead of a VFD? I listened, but only to the first half of the sentence, so presenting the second display module. I had hoped to figure out what purpose a second display could possibly serve while I was building it, but I didn't. For now, all it does is show a motivating message to the moon-bound primates of Reddit. This big boy is the cardio module, and it gives the watch the power of heart. The sensor is a Max 30102 pulse oximeter and heart rate monitor, a lot like the one in the Emotibit from the heart sensing wall hexagon episode. It kind of works. This one isn't as good. It has the red and infrared LEDs, but not the green LED. So it's fine for reading blood oxygen levels, but it's a bit worse at picking up heart rate. It's time to party. This is the breathalyzer module, featuring a gas sensor that detects ethanol. See, if you quantify a certain behavior with a number, people will go to insane lengths to get that number up. This makes a blood alcohol sensor downright lethal at a major rager. If you crush one of Colorado's renowned craft beers and blow into my watch, totally normal thing to do at a Zach Friedman house party, you'll see the gauge go up.
Verdict,
You're not
dead.
concerned, trolls. This module is printed
Smashed.
in allegedly antimicrobial PL active filament, and the socket accepts your personal drinking straw, so no germs. But we, concerned trolls, we bought metal straws so the sea turtles can safely paddle off into the sunset. Concerned trolls, I am so many steps ahead of you, I am going to need a passport to get back. I decided my last cartridge had to make a statement. You see, the Chromance used an ESP32, the Pimp Scope had an RP2040, and the Patreon Thank You Matrix is a Pi 3. Balance must be restored. Dust off your exhibit memes because our final cartridge is a Teensy. This is my very last Teensy 4.0 precariously dangling from the wires that hack it into the spy bus. What does it do? Well, the Teensy 4 is about 12 times faster than the Singularitron itself, so I use it to blink an LED. The Teensy cartridge is the biggest one. So what is the future of the Singularitron? Well, that depends on you.
I think he just turned it. I think he just gave it power.
Getting hella smash-faced at Applebee's and coughing on the elderly for 3 weeks so this plague can go away. If we ever have another meetup that I can wear this thing to, I would like to add a Geiger counter, a multimeter, and a taser, because you might be there. You can download all the files from the links in the description, though without the ability to buy the display, the IMU, and in this component shortage, probably everything else, I don't really know what you plan on doing with them. But while you're down there, remember that the first 1,000 people to use the other link in the description will get a free trial Skillshare Premium membership. Join me live on air every Monday, every Friday.
This for authentic Fallout. Definitely need the Geiger counter. Oh yeah, no, totally. He should get a Geiger counter for this. It'd be awesome. I don't even know if they sell Geiger counters that small to fit into like a single module. I mean, actually probably, because it would just he would just see the Teensy to actually interpret and display that data, which is probably easier than usual. And these are the rest of the sponsors, so that's all good. So there's that. Last video, actually, yeah, last video. It's gonna be this video. It's gonna be an educational one because this stream is supposed to be like nerdy and shit and very educational. Hey there. This one is how to read a research paper, just in case someone on Twitter says that you're wrong and gives you incorrect statements based on the evidence.
Hey there, internet friend. If you're watching this, congratulations. You've decided to start your online research training. Does that mean I can start doing my own research online? Whoa. Hang on there, Big Wheels. Did you just boop me? Here at
Gonna head out. Have a great night. No problem. No, I don't want to go back to school.
Out there? It's a waste.
Well, this isn't for school. This isn't school. This is dealing with idiots on the internet. That's important. This teaches you things that are actually important. Not school.
This land of misinformation. Yeah, it almost makes you want to go to the nearest cliff and just jump. Doing your own research. Science today allows humans to answer the universe's most complicated questions. Why are there stars in the sky? Why are there so many amazing creatures on Earth? How might the universe finally end? Why do people like Joe Rogan? But these answers don't just happen. It's not like science works by Facebook post, right? Right? Yes, right. Sorry. Jeez. So say you have a question that you want to answer using your electric internet machine. The first thing that you want to do are check for red flags. Red flags? Like when someone's emotional problems become their entire personality? That's right. Where will you be looking for your information? Inside an institution where many people have spent the equivalent of many lifetimes dedicated to dispassionately discussing and dissecting the deviously difficult, or a conspiracy theorist
Oh, I never thought I'd hear
who
someone
sells
call a computer
supplements.
an
One of these is a
electronic
big
internet
red
machine.
flag.
Well, I mean, yeah,
This
it is a
isn't to
big
say
ol'
that
electronic
large
internet
institutions
machine.
can't be wrong, and single weirdos can't be right, but the latter has much more incentive, often monetary, to be controversial and contrarian than the former. When in doubt, start with sources with obviously and preferably overwhelming expertise. Information that has to go through 10 people before it's published will be better than information that only goes through a single filter most of the time. Now let's go deeper. Once you've found a good source of information, you'll have to interpret the information that you find. And with scientific information, that often means reading a scientific paper. Scientific papers are the lifeblood of the scientific process. Now, to the average person, a scientific paper can be quite confusing, and of course they would be. These papers are not made for you. They are made by professional smart people trying to communicate with each other. But don't worry, there is a place even the average person can start.
Even me?
Yes, even you, the least attractive Hemsworth.
Just because it's true doesn't mean you have to say it to me every day.
Reading a scientific paper. While it's true that the average person will have a hard time engaging with a scientific paper, there are ways to figure out what the paper is really saying.
And then
You know, take horse medicine in a scientific paper. Yeah, that would be helpful.
Hold on there, sports fan.
Yeah.
Step 1. Where is the paper published? As we said, a Screaming Meatballs website won't be the best place for good information, and that's specifically because it won't have peer review. Peer review is a professional process where, before a paper is accepted by a scientific journal, relevant experts are asked to check it out. The reviewers look at the data, the methods, and the conclusions, suggest revisions, and then give the paper a go-ahead. Step 1 is to do your best to check that your paper has been peer-reviewed before proceeding onwards to the next steps. I'm not sure this inflated Yosemite Sam even knows what peer review is. Step 2. Read the abstract. Now, scientists are very smart people, but they can't know everything about everything, and they don't have the time to. That's why every scientific paper comes along with an abstract, or summary, of the paper's key questions and findings for other scientists and reviewers who may not be intimately familiar with the specifics of the work. Step 2 is to read the abstract yourself. The key point should be in the last few sentences. For example, this paper found that dung beetles can navigate at night using the light from the Milky Way. Well, how about that? Step 3. Check for conflicts. Once we have a source of information and know generally what it says, we want to check one more time for red flags. If you scroll to the bottom of a good scientific paper, it will show any conflicts of interest for the study authors. A conflict of interest, like having a study paid for by a large industry, doesn't necessarily mean that the science is bad, but it's definitely something to keep
TNG
in
Neko
mind.
Gamer, thank you for joining.
Good thing this
Enjoy your
dung beetle
complimentary
study
cup of
wasn't
coffee
paid
and have
for
a good
by
one.
Big poop. At this point, if your peer-reviewed, conflict-free abstract is written somewhat understandably,
Who is talking right now?
you should feel pretty good about where doing your own research has gotten you.
So we're done. I can do my own research online?
Almost. But if you really want to be secure in the searching you've done, and you're slightly more savvy, there are a couple more checks you can do.
Wow. It almost seems like what people say they do on social media is nothing like actually doing research.
It's time for the lightning round. Is the sample size large enough? Is the sample representative? Are the experiments randomized? Are the experiments double-blinded? Is there a control group? Uh-oh.
What is it?
It seems that we have an
emergency situation.
We've run across information from known misinformation peddlers.
Hey, I know what to do. Depending on the platform, you should definitely report these people because words matter online and it leads to actual harm in daily life.
Good work, Mr. Hill. Nicely done. Wait, you didn't get your PhD?
Well, now you just sound like my dad.
Final checks. So, we found a source of information, checked it the best we could, watched out for known bad actors, and we're in the best position to come to a conclusion after doing our own research.
Yeah, now we can do one final check to see if the claim we were presented with or some headline was misinterpreted, just plain wrong, or sensationalized.
That's right, Mr. Hill.
Okay, but what if we go through all of this and we still have some kind of emergency situation?
Well, that brings us to the last step. Interfacing on social media.
This is the most important part,
After
guys.
doing your own research, of course you need to go and talk about it on social media. If you don't, how would anyone know that your very existence has value? If only there was another way to tell that. But what if people start calling you names? Or a shill? Or tell you that you are straight up wrong and then yell at you with characters? What should you do then, Mr. Hill?
I should ruminate on those comments all day and let them affect my self-worth.
Now, remember what we've learned.
Right. If someone's mean to me on the internet,
Huh. It's almost like those online interactions didn't actually matter. Well, at least we learned something. Until next time.
Now exiting the facility.
And I hope you guys learned something too. Because honestly, there are some people around that just, you know, just need to fucking touch some grass, honestly. What is outside? Well, it's the place in the before times that people went to talk to other people in physical meat space. It's kind of weird concept, honestly. I usually visit it occasionally, but you know, who knows. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in for my extremely long Friday stream. And what's kind of nuts is that I am streaming tomorrow anyway for some other stuff. So thank you guys for tuning in. It was a very long stream, very appreciated. I wonder if I can send you guys over to someone to raid, so give me a second while I do that. Just as a little saying, tomorrow we're going to be forgot the thing I was gonna say immediately after. Tomorrow we're gonna be talking as well. I need to figure out what the hell I'm gonna the hell I need to like watch or what I need to do for a streamathon, subathon, and that's gonna happen soon too. So please pay attention to that. Oh yeah, there's a succubus online. Let's go talk to the succubus and say hi. We're gonna raid the succubus. We're gonna tell her we said hi. So of course, make sure you guys save before you go. It's always dangerous out there. And see you guys tomorrow for more just chatting and vibing and maybe working up, making a Word document or something. I don't know. Anyway, later. Bye-bye. Alright, we're gonna be going over there in 3, 2, 1.